Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to Lost Kingdoms. Remember this Kirin that we did last year? I've had this one for a while. Yeah, not quite sure how we'll fit this whole thing on screen. It wasn't really meant for this particular setup, but I guess we're just gonna go ahead and give it a shot. We'll do the same colors just because it could be fun. I've got this, somebody up here who's writing. Oh, it's actually a little flower in their hand. Okay, that's what that thing is. Couldn't quite figure out what it was. Only just now getting a chance to look at it on screen. Let me see if I can't. Ah, good. Hey, Nurgle Matthew, you're the first one in. Happy Saturday, Nurgle Matthew. Hopefully your Saturday was a good one. We're just gonna. I just see a couple little support dots here that the primer kind of revealed, so I'm just going to hit those. No big deal, right? Hey there, Crazy Wolf. Nice to see you again. So yeah, we'll do this same color scheme again, and that should be kind of interesting. We'll here, let me get some of the dust off of that thing. So fairly simple. This should also, hey there, Landrast. This should also be a really good example of some film noir. Now, earlier today, among all the other things I was doing, now is baking some more Sculpey. Hey there, Halligan. So yeah, pick a texture, any texture. Look at that. So these are all for basing tutorials and such. Remember that one army painting series I was talking about with the Lost? Well, speaking of Lost Kingdoms, those whatever the new release is called. This is the stuff that we use in that first army painting series, so who knows, maybe I might just get to do that. Now, of course, here's yesterday's. There it is. There's our fabulous motto writer. That's from yesterday, so we had a blast painting this. Hey there, MTLAs. Yeah, I have to find the pictures of the Chimera. That was painted, 2 years ago. So sorry, I have to find that for you, MTLAs. Hey there, Lethal Shadows Gaming and Hobbies for Happiness. So looks like people need to follow Hobbies for Happiness and MTellies and Lethal Shadows Gaming. Lethal Shadows, how you doing? I know that you're already getting really busy already for was it PAX Unplugged, right? I believe that's what it is. So again, great to see everybody. And like I said, we're gonna go probably a lot of Prussian blue and ultramarine blue, and then I don't think we had the Naphthol red last time. I think we're still using Fanchon red at that point. So it should be interesting to see what the Naphthol can do over there. So Lethal Shadows, I hope that things have also been relatively kosher there when it comes to all the health things as well. So ECCC, okay. Well, good look at the ECCC. I think that's. I always mess up some of the letters of that. I don't think Armored Wolf will be doing that one. Oh, hey, Adrian. Nice to see you, too. Nice to see you. So, again, nothing super fancy down here. Might have to throw some more Van Dyke Brown out here. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Why Lethal Shadows? That's real. You'll have to definitely later on when there's more folks here and stuff. Lethal Shadows. If you could maybe share some of the stuff from like the new bust line that you're doing, and of course your dice, your brushes, the miniature holders, all that good stuff, right? So Adrian, I hope that you're doing well. And Hobbies for Happiness, great to see you. So again, everybody, please give Hobbies for Happiness a follow. Please give MTellies a follow because MTellies is always rocking the MetaZoo and some other fun things too, not just the MetaZoo. And of course, again, Lethal Shadows Gaming there for all of your 3D printing needs. If you don't have a printer, well then maybe that's a good choice for you. Now, let me just continue here with this. Oh, and Hobbies for Happiness, thanks again for everybody for doing all the Discord chat things, because yesterday and today and even the day before, those are strong side effects days, which means it's just not going to be a very fun day. So we really appreciate Kathy having that chance to be distracted and do other things or see other things or hear other voices. while those things are going on. So we appreciate that. Now again, this was our yesterday, and of course we made use of the Fanchon Red on this one too. I thought about doing a little different color scheme on this, and I thought, you know what, we did this other one, and it's well, this was originally supposed to be for a tutorial series, but we're just gonna try painting that tonight. Now you can see there is some yellow in there. All right, that's some brilliant yellow pale, some of the radiant green also in there too. Now I'm gonna let that set there. Oh, here's my green. We'll just hit this. So get Lost Kingdoms miniatures. I will say they are not very easy to print out. They have a now, of course, the Chaos Dwarves worked out pretty well, but though, well, they're a little bit more stout. They're not quite as delicate as most of the other things that Lost Kingdoms is doing. So that you almost have to kind of discount that. But on an ordinary basis, yeah, the Lost Kingdom stuff can be a little bit on the tricksy side to try and print out. We got ourselves some indigo there, but I think Prussian blue is what I'm really interested in. Ooh, that's an intense blue right there. Oh my! So while this stuff sets down here, let's do some ugly stuff. Let's do some ugly stuff right here. So O'Halligan is impressed with the brushes. O'Halligan, well, you've had a chance to try them. That's really cool. Anybody again that has had a chance to give those a shot, yeah, just let me know what you think of them, because that way if someone asks here, then we can say, okay, hey, we know a couple of folks that have tried those out and they liked them. Let's keep going here. Putting in our blue. What about his... Oh, no, the head is also going to get a decent amount of this. And again, that's a Prussian blue. Perhaps a little bit of the ultramarine. Again, the ultramarine not going to be a staining color, so a lot of that's just going to get wiped away. So Landrest, I don't know if you saw all those sheets of Sculpey there, but I think there was 8 sheets of Sculpey. I think I must have spent about 3 hours or so rolling those out, trying to get those things baked and such. But there's a whole heaping bunch of painting videos or basing videos are going to happen with those. Now again, up here, I'm thinking maybe some turquoise up there. Some turquoise, some... Oh, I guess I'll have to get some... Maybe phthalo green out there. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just take some Prussian blue and we mix some of our radiant green with it. We could do something like that. Now again, we're just kind of slapping this stuff on there because it's a pre-glaze. That's all it is. It's just a pre-glaze. We can certainly make changes. Oh, Halligan likes that paint handle. Now let's see. So Uber Yeti, sadly, they have not had my blackberry ginger ale for quite some time. So I'm kind of trying to nurse along what's left of the cranberry ginger ale, and of course the Kraken. So yeah, kind of bummed that they haven't had that now in a matter of weeks, I think. I mean, it's not unusual. It's a tiny grocery store. The fact that they have it at all, ever, is somewhat actually unusual. Getting a little bit more on my blue here. Whatever. We really fret about these things. Precision, right? Look at this. Precision guided pre-glaze, wouldn't you say? Maybe not. Perhaps not. Here, we did just a little bit more of the blue down there. Anything over here? Nah. Whatever. This thing up here, I don't know. I might actually go at Terra Rosa and then put the greenish stuff over the top. I don't know. I might just start out with the Perline. Black. Here, that's our dark green. A little bit of that blue. That's the Prussian blue. I'll just chuck that over here. Why not? So some mead. Actually, Armored Wolf was really nice. Armored Wolf sent a bunch of mead this way. That was maybe last summer. Is it the last summer or last year? I think it was last summer. Yeah, a bunch of mead this way, and that was a mite bit tasty. That was very good. So again, nothing special so far with this. Maybe we throw a little bit of the. Might just chuck a little bit of the Indian yellow into this too. Well, we could see what that's going to do here. Let me just hit the rest of this, and maybe a little bit of our brown matter into that. That'll change our green just a smidge. Again, this is going to be very dainty, extremely dainty. It's Lost Kingdoms. We're going to have to be careful when we try to remove some of this stuff. Otherwise, it's going to tear off some bits and pieces there. Okay, we got the horn there. And the other things, those are just going to be some browns. Which means maybe a little bit more of the brown matter. Maybe a little more of that brown matter, because we have a bunch of green on that brush. I don't really care. It's not going to fret about that. Really not going to worry too much about it. Here, we'll just chuck this over here. Maybe get some of this on the end. Then we're going to wipe away some of the blue. And then we'll hit the rest of the, well, whatever these things are. Branches, I guess that's what they're supposed to be. Yeah, not real familiar with what a Kirin actually is. Didn't even know that's what these were until Armored Wolf saw them and said, "Oh yeah, those are Kirin." I said, "Well, okay. Good to know." More of that. Boy, that makes a really nice brown by default. Just literally letting the brown matter and the perline black, that dark green, just mix together. Just doing what they're going to do. No, I think we're going to stop doing that. We're going to grab ourselves some sponges here. Iridescent pearl. Okay, I haven't tried the iridescent silver yet, Halligan. So let me know what you think of the iridescent silver. The iridescent pearl white. Well, we know what that can do. We know that's quite marvelous. You'll just have to, if you don't mind, fill me in on what the iridescent silver does. I'm sure that could do some interesting things for you. Hey, Rascal and Arathu. So, Arathu, are you hanging out in the in the Discord there? I assume that you are. And of course, Arathu. Yeah, we won't talk about the underwear shopping yesterday that almost created a sudden and rapid trip to the Netherlands. So Rascal, nice to see you again. And of course, for the folks that didn't get to see the conclusion of yesterday, so there's our motto writer. We'll just wait for all that to dry, and I'm sure by tomorrow I'll just be throwing the greenery and such on the base, and then we can have our final pictures and all good to go. So Arathu was able to control the impulse, as the saying goes. So no sudden, unauthorized trip to the Netherlands after hearing that news. Yeah, let's just hit this a couple more times here. Now here we're just trying to almost dab away at some of that. Now you can see there that not a staining color, right? That's why we try to leave that on there for as long as we can. Now I'm gonna do this. I think we'll take some of the stuff off of the our character then too, and then we'll get into our Naphthol red. That's gonna be key. Ooh, almost didn't get this one down here. Yeah, so that had potential, right, Arathu? There may or may not have been a potential for some funsies there. Now here we're just going to take a little bit of this away. We're being real delicate because this right here, let me tell you something, be mighty easy to just be ripping pieces off of this thing. Alright, it's naphtha red time. You know, I might just go ahead and give this, and we'll use this, well, what's left of this one true brush here. So the voice is a little bit messed up. Alright, there's our naphtha red. Touch of our violet in there. Maybe a little more. And this will be kind of similar to what we did with the Mato Rider. I'm going to say this will have a little less thinner in it, though. That's what I'm going to say. It's probably going to be less thinner in this. Like so. Oh yeah, I keep thinking this is leaves over here. That's not leaves, that's the tail. Swing this around, get the part of that leg there. Maybe a little more of the whoops, well, I said a little more of the Egyptian violet. That's a lot of more of the Egyptian violet, but whatever. That's not a problem. We can deal with that. Especially if someone like Alexander Maximus is going to be throwing some bits our way. Thank you so much. That's a whole batch of bits right there. Thank you so much, Alexander. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Alex. Appreciate that. So yeah, Ratu, I don't know how much longer she'll be in there because I see it's 9:39 here, and it was well, she did have, again, she was having the tougher thing with the side effects earlier in the day, so she tried to kind of sleep through a bit of that. So maybe that's going to give her a little extra bit of energy there. So Ratu, that is the cranberry ginger ale with the Kraken added to it. Now the blackberry, obviously that has a much darker look to it. But yeah, this is the cranberry ginger ale. So thank you so much, Alexander. I don't know if you remember this original Kirin that we painted here, but obviously we're looking for the same kind of a color scheme, except we have a passenger on this one. That's not usually where you would ride a horsey, but you know, is what it is. So yep, Ratu, hopefully she'll be there. I don't know, I mean, she can be there at least another 20 minutes or so, hanging out, having fun with people. Again, it kind of takes the mind off of what's going on right now, and that's really, really, really important. I might, well, we'll keep going with our one true brush here. What the heck? Can always do a pin line there or something along those lines. Thanks so much, Alexander. We had a lot of fun the last couple of days. This was last night's stream. So this Mato Rider from Archvillain, and another 3D printed miniature, and then of course we did this on our Thursday stream. A little bit of 2D art there. That was really fun. Had a blast painting that. Gonna grab me some more. I almost said Fanchon Red. It's the not Fanchon Red, Fanchon Red. That is the Naphtha Red. So yeah, Halligan, I can't wait to hear what you have to say about. See how that Prussian blue is just mixing on its own right there. That's the fabulous thing about the oils, is it not? They do so much work that you do not have to do. See, we can even do a little bit of a dry brushing over those scales there. Now here we're going to have to be careful as we turn this around. See, I can even kind of access some of the thinner that's just sort of there with all that Prussian blue. See how that kind of gives it more of a violet look? It's the same idea as what we did on that Mato Rider. And this is where the advantage of the oils really comes in, right? See that? See how that's mixing there? That's something I don't have to take a whole bunch of extra time and screw around with myself. See over here, see how that's all mixing together? Then we could even take our makeup sponges and guess what? Do even more with it, and I think I'm gonna do that. Boy, hell again, it's so funny. To this day, I still keep wanting to call it brown matter alizarin. That was always and that was not a cheap color. Ironically enough, well, there was a couple of other things. Oh, like a cobalt blue, cobalt violet, that as watercolors were fantastic, and then as oils, not so much. Now we'll be giving those a try. Again, we have used the cobalt blue a few times. And we'll try and revise that again and give it another shot, of course. Now let me turn this around. Okay, we're good there, good there. I think here I'm just going to see if I can find one of these brushes. Right, I will just use this. We'll just use this as a bit of a pre-glaze brush here. Not ideal, but I need something that can kind of get down into here. Well, look who just got down into here. Look at this. This raid was most unexpected, especially by Pun Expected. Hey there, Pun Expected. How you doing? If everybody could please give Pun Expected Painting a follow, well, that would be fabulous. So Pun Expected Painting, great to see you again. And of course, Pun, I know you have a whole bunch of Instagram links that you can share with all the fantastic stuff you've been doing on stream and such, so definitely be sure to share that with everybody. And oh hey Pun, were there any new colors that you've tried or tested or something like that since you were last here? Of the Severus blue nature or something like that, where you said, oh hey man, this is really nifty. Now what we're trying to do here is previously painted Kirin on stream. We're using the Napthol here, actually. Now here's last night's stream right here. So that is another 3D print. That's a Macho Rider from, not Lost Kingdom. That's tonight's stream. This is from Archvillain. And here's some more of those that we painted last year. Let me get there we go. So there's some more of them right there. I really love those things. Let's see. So Rascal, I actually have a few Saurons that I've tried to print out. Now the game body one, right? That's probably the game body one, that 1/8 scale or something like that. I have not had a chance to get those ready to paint yet. I actually wanted to do several different ones. I wanted to do a diorama version. I also want to do a miniature version, right? So, or like a regular miniature, so that we can have a chance to use it in our games. So Pun Expected, this was our stream last night. I had a chance to paint some wolfies right there. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Let's see. Bernard Blue and an Orange Lake Mineral. Now, Pun, are those Williams? Oh, look at this. See how that just turned violet? Look at this. Did I have to do anything there aside from just take this stupid makeup sponge and wipe some of it away? Not really. It's all just happened for me. Seriously, this is the easy button, man. Doesn't get much more easy than that. Let me see. And of course, Pun Expected, please, like I was saying earlier, if you got links that you can, I know you do. I know you have Instagram links that you can share. If you could please do that, so folks here could see all the really nifty stuff that you have been working on for, well, quite some time now. Yeah, Rascal, I actually have that file myself. It's too big for me to print, and trying to get that down to miniature scale. Obviously, I would love to print it at 1/70 well, not 1/72nd scale. That would be 28 mil practically. I want to print it at 75 mil. I'll spit that out eventually. That's what I'm hoping to do at some point. But I need a different printer for that basically. And that one's not set up yet, so that'll just have to wait. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Unexpected just shared with us there. Lots of fantastic oil painted stuff. So please check that out. Let me get some smaller spunges here. Actually, so Punt, what were you painting on this stream today? I thought I asked, but I think I neglected to ask. Look at this. So yes, there's some Egyptian violet in here, but that naphthol, I don't know what it is. I'm not quite sure what it is. Now, is it as staining as Egyptian violet? Well, no. I mean, there's Egyptian violet, there's indigo, there's the Indian yellow, and then everything else just sort of stains. I mean, there's some that it can be decent, especially if you leave them on there for a while. But those are the ones that really have the oomph to them. Yeah. So Rasco, I want to do a diorama. That would be for the Patreon page, just like our Galadriel versus the Necromancer one. So it'd be something like along the lines of this. Where did that one go? Where are you at? You're here somewhere. Galadriel versus... there you are. So it'd be something a little bit like that with a painted backdrop and such. So I think that's what I would really like to do. I think that would be very fun. So it's a Sennelier brand. And the orange is a Winsor Newton brand. Now, alright. Here, let's get a move on here with the rest of our brown matter. So upon, oh gosh, what were the PBO oil paints? I mean, they're, nothing special really to write home about. I mean, they're paint. To me, they take a long time. To me, they have a bunch of extra linseed oil in them, which, you know how much I love extra linseed oil in oil paints. Yeah, that's my favorite thing ever, isn't it? So yeah, Rasco, I thought it would be fun to obviously have some Mordor in the background, of course. Some Barad-dûr. And then Sauron in the front doing Sauron stuff. But we have two great beasts of Golgoroth, we definitely have to have a Sauron to go with those guys. I have one from Arena Studio. I tried to print out the one from, oh gosh, what the heck, Clay Cyanide, that's it. Hey there, Blades. Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. Now, Rasco, I think I do have a blog post with another one. But that's right, I did the True Metallics on that one. So Blades, I saw the picture of the dog with the paw up on the leg there. So the dog was definitely busy doing some stuff today. Hopefully all relatively chill there. Just take some of my green, try and shove some of that down in here. Again, some darks here, whatever. Some brown, some green. We really sweat the details, that's for sure. Look at this, we're just slapping some of this on here. Because why not? Like I said, I might go with sort of a teal-ish skin on that, possibly. Also have to see what the color of the snoot was on this thing. Okay, so a little bit more of the violet right there. Geez, we have another oil painter in the stream too. That's Grumdy. Grumdy, gee whiz. Hey there, Grumdy. That's another person that needs to post something in the chat. And everybody, please give Blades a follow too. So Unexpected and Blades, because Blades also is streaming now. And thank you so much for the sub there, Grumdy. we're not gonna we're not gonna object to that. So Grumdy, we are still up to the 2D shenanigans. We did this on Thursday. We'll try and do some more Wolfies because, well, those were very fun. And, well, I think you remember the Macho Riders, just how much I love these guys. We did one of these last night. That was very fun, about 5-hour-ish stream or so. That's cool. And, of course, Blades, if you want to share that, please go ahead and do so. And Grumdy, thank you so much for the sub there. And, of course, please let folks see what you've been doing with the oil paints. Let's see. I think it was it 5 Best Painted Army Awards with an army painted entirely with oils. So if you want to know what's possible with the oils, pun expected, Grumdy, they can attest firsthand to all the fantastic things that you can do with the oils. I mean, it just never ceases to amaze what those things can do. Alright, so thank you so much for doing that, Rasco. And again, we want to make sure everybody gets all the love. Thanks, Blades. Thank you so much. We will not object to some of that in our little dish right there. Now, again, we're going to some of these areas. See that lighter stuff down there? So that's where we're going to be doing. Remember, we said you can do pin line washes of lighter colors. That's what we're going to be doing a bunch of on these. See that? We don't see the light colors there on the spine? We will be doing that later on. Now, let me hit this again. And then let's just get some lighter stuff now happening here. I'm going to pull a little bit of that brown matter away. Not too much, just a little bit. Nice and easy there. All right, let's get out some of these filbert brushes like so. So again, everybody check out Pun's links there, and of course, again, Grumdy, I hope that you've had working with the oils right now. So Grumdy, I hope that you've got another grand army project underway, and I guess my next question is it going to be a new army at Adepticon this year? Or is it going to be a revised, kind of a changed version of the, the AOS army? I keep wanting to just say Medusa. Daughters of Cain, that's it. Yes, Daughters of Cain. Let me see. Oh yeah, sure. Actually, Pun, if you could maybe do me a favor and just send me some pics. Just shoot me some pics on Insta or something like that, and then I can shoot you a message back. Thank you so much, Alexander, for the bitses. Appreciate that. Let's see. Hype train. Where are we at? Well, it only says. Why does it only say the time? It should say how close we are. That's kind of weird. Thank you so much, Harley. Appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. The critters here just keep getting weirder and weirder. I mean, they'll just ride anything these days. It's like, yeah, Shadowfax, check this out, man. This is a genuine, like, unicorn fish dude. It's like, I've been smoking too much ganja. Thank you so much for that follow, and thank you so much, Valfera. Appreciate that. So, speaking of iron horses here let's let us grab something here. That, of course, our Kirin can't withstand our iron horse here. There it is. There you go. Coming right at you. Look out for that hype train. There it is. Hype train. Hype train. Thank you so much. It's I guess you could. Oh, here's actually, Valfur, you got to see this one, right? You got to see this one. We did this color scheme because, of course, Prinkles was so beloved. Wait, beloved? How's about feared? How's about worshipped? like what's those balls of yarn? Oh, you mean those planets? It's like, yeah, man, those were really fun. Like conquer them and rule over them and also play with them because they're like a ball of yarn. So there's Prinkles for you. So thanks again, everybody. So yeah, well, Valfera, yeah, as you can imagine, this is another one of those that really shows off that whole idea of the film noir, right? And the whole idea of color contrast versus value contrast. And of course, last night's was really fantastic for that too. So still pretty much the same status there, Valfera. I was hoping maybe things were going to get a little bit easier for you. Do I detect a Spider-Man doing only things that Spider-Man can? And actually, looks like we got to that level 2, yes. I think we got to that level 2 hype train. Let me see if we can find all the necessary requisite things that we need to celebrate said level 2 hype train. Oh, I think we got them. I think we have those. One of those might be right over here. Be right there. That's a hype train coming right at you. Hype train. Hype train. Hype train. Thanks. Thank you so much, Spider-Man. Appreciate that. So nice to see you again. And of course, gee, Spider-Man. I don't know if you got to see this. I think you were in the Monday stream, or did you get to see this one on Thursday? No, I think you were on there for the Monday stream. So that was the Thursday stream right there. So thank you so much. Oh, and Shock also is going to get a gift sub there. So thank you so much, Valfera. Appreciate that. Now, actually, Valfera, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, this was Fanchon Red right here. Now I'm using the Naphthol Red here, but it's definitely, I could see the proverbial staining properties of the Naphthol Red that for whatever reason the Fanchon doesn't have, but I mean, no big deal. No big deal. This, you could just take some, say, Egyptian Violet, mix that with it, and then you would have something similar. And here was last night's stream. So another one of those fabulous Macho Riders. Also, we're using the Naphthol Red on that. Oh, there's another area. Don't want to forget about these right here. I'm going to get some of that lighter stuff there. Oh boy, Grumdy, those were so much fun. Absolutely love those. Oh, and Grumdy, check this out. This is 3D printed right here. So I still have some more pieces here, these cowlings. I need some more of those. And then there is actually, well, we won't be able to put the Tank Commander in this one, but I can try and print out another one. And then, of course, I don't know if you probably saw some of the videos of these, but there's our fabulous Starfall Outriders from Song of Ice and Fire. The wheel broke off 3 days ago. I'll try to green stuff it back on. Yeah. Oh, that's gee whiz, Valfera. Nah, I might have jinxed you there. Sorry about that. That's the thing with these new tables, right? Valfera is, well, first of all, they're not cheap, but second of all, they all have like the power things in them, the USB connections and all that other kind of stuff, which is, well, great until it's not great, I suppose. Is that how you would say it? So you see how we've just dry brushed that darker red over the top there. Now let me get me another one of these here, filbert brushes somewhere. Not that size. Here's a smaller one right here. Oh, thank you so much, Harley Rider. Appreciate that. Sometimes we will paint some 40K like that vehicle that you saw. We also paint 75 mil stuff here. Had a blast with this. This was another really good topic for film noir. Actually, was this a tutorial? No, this was I think this was a painting session here on the Twitch channel. But maybe I should do probably do a tutorial video on this one right here with all the phthalo green and the skin tones and such. Let's see. But Grumdy, well, it worked so darn well for all of our Harad stuff, and I actually have printed out a whole bunch of these. I mean, literally an army of these things here, and even some of the infantry. So, but that's going to have the palm trees added to it. Now, let me just do this stuff down here. Brilliant yellow pale. You know what? A little bit of our radiant violet too. So we're going to do this. Let me get a little bit of the light down here. Let me just dry brush this stuff on. And then we'll do a film noir here. Now we've got, fortunately we have two of them, right? So you can see what the film noir effect has. On one like this, it's in the very, very, very early stages, and one that's completed. So, hey, Echohoff. Echohoof. Sorry about that. Boy, it's been a long time. Geez. I hope that you've been okay. And thank you so much for that. We're going to get you your toast. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. No problem, Echo. It's always appreciated. Now, I'm going to get both these in my hand. Let's do our film noir here. So you can really see on both of these, right? There's no red, there's no blue. Everything looks, here all the shading is in place, but still everything looks the same. Just like here, there's no shading in place, everything still looks the same. We'll bring back that color, and my goodness, like the legs. Really focus in on the legs especially, because that's where you have that transition that's going on. You would swear that one of these had to be darker than the other, right? As far as the red versus the blue, they are the same value. One is just as light as the other, one's just as dark as the other. It's weird, huh? It's pretty crazy, isn't it? I just got back from some dinner. So that's very cool. Now here, let me keep going here with my let's get some of this going. So thanks everybody for all the bitses and the subs and the cheers, because that really does make a huge difference. We appreciate that. Okay, so there's some of our gray there. We're going to have some of that go over here too. Just a smidge for right now. Got to have a light touch for a couple reasons, not the least of which we don't want to be snapping pieces off of this here. I'll get some more of our greens into that too, but let's see what we're going to do with this here. Speaking of which, we were going to take some of that radiant green, were we not? Can't get a lighter touch on the brush than that. Going to even take away more paint. Hey there, Megan. How you doing? If everybody could please give Megan Paints a follow. Megan, that was your 8th stream, Megan, I believe, right? So everybody please give Megan Paints a follow. And of course, Megan, if you wanted to share, your fabulous artworks there. Now I'm just going to try and get a little bit of the dry brushing of this. Maybe I'll still go with some kind of a Terra Rosa in there, maybe, instead of just the green, but we'll have to see how that's going to work. Lots of little flowers and such there. So that's so it still is. You're still kind of in limbo there, Megan. Sorry that you're still in limbo. Okay, go a little bit more of my light stuff hit there. A little bit more up here. Oh, so Grumdy, I I think you probably have heard that I've got a gigantic horde of Chaos Dwarves printed out from Lost Kingdoms so that I could do an army painting series on the Chaos Dwarves. But Lost Kingdoms has their current release, or whatever you want to call it, has basically Medusa, and that was the first army painting series. So what I just did actually today was I made some more Sculpey basing material, a new Sculpey sheet of that same texture roller that we used in Army Painting Series 1. So we're going to hopefully be able to print out those Lost Kingdoms miniatures and then sort of do kind of an alternate version of Army Painting Series 1. We'll do the same sort of basing, obviously tacking on some more things that we know that we didn't know before. You know, that's actually supposed to be water right there. That's a little pool right there. Holy smokes. Okay. I thought those were roots, but that's I think that's supposed to be water or something like that. Yeah, it's definitely water right there. All right, well, Pawn, you have a good one. Yeah, Grumdy, I don't know how quite it'll work out, but remember the first army painting series just had the Medusa in it? So I think that's all it'll be. It'll just be these Medusa, and that's it. Thank you so much, Megan. Appreciate that. So, Pawn, you have a good night's sleep. And again, everybody please give Pawn Expected Painting a follow, just like Juan did. He's like, oh, how many of you are there? It's like, you really know that's not the safest way to ride a horse. He's like, you should have seen what the other elves do. It's like, oh, yeah, well, Legolas, he likes to show off. What can I say? Thanks so much for that follow, Juan. I appreciate that. So Megan, it just, again, side effects days mean your day is going to be interesting. And it means you're going to be running around like crazy. And while you're running around, you'll be running around more. Let's see. He microwaves my pre-steam mac and cheese. Oh, that's Now, hey Megan, have you ever added something along the lines of, oh, I don't know, some chili to that for some chili mac? That's something that I really actually Kathy liked it too, but that's not really something she can do right now. But that was one of my favorite things to do with the mac and cheese. Now, of course, hey Blades, tell Megan about all the different what do they call them? Craft dinners there, KD. And I think we have one that's in the. Is it the cheddar cheese one, or no? Is it the? I think it's the cheddar cheese one, or the 3 cheese, or 3 fromage. Yeah, it's the 3 fromage. That's what that one is. Now, well, Velfira, I know. Speaking of, well, you have side effects, and you could say they're kind of a pain in the backside. More back than the side, but definitely not something that you're enjoying, right, Velfira? Now look at this. See how that's starting to get toastier and lighter? Now, yeah, Megan, love me. I mean, the mac and cheese is okay, but boy, when you drop some chili in there or something like that, ooh, that just makes it extra special. So yeah, that basically it means maybe getting to sleep at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, somewhere in that neighborhood, which leads to a degree of disorientation for sure. Now, you can see all that darker color that we're picking up there? What does that mean? It means we have to get back to our paper towel here. We're not going to put a bunch of thinner on this or anything like, or cleaner, right? We're just going to take our paper towel. We're just going to do this. You can see that gets rid of most of it. Not all of it, but we're still working with the red anyway. that I'm not familiar with. The umami seasoning. That unfortunately I'm not familiar with that. That is something I will have to be ignorant of. My apologies. Now remember, we keep dipping into our Indian yellow there so that this stays. We don't want this to get too magenta here. We're looking for a warmer, toastier red. Might need some more Manapthol red here. Again, the Fanchon red will work just fine for it. And look, see this? Very light touch on that brush, yes. Very light touch on that. But look, see all that darker color? Now you can see it. So see on this side, not so much. That side, all that dark color. What we're going to do is flip this here brush over. Work on that side. Grab some more of it, but we can really see that that darker color really kind of taints that right away, doesn't it? So Grumdy, the big hat dwarves, that's going to be interesting. I have absolutely no idea what sort of color scheme type of thing I was going to do with them. I was going to do sort of a lava base type thing. But I think maybe I won't do that because I would like to have some design. I like to have some freehand. Oh, yeah, I want to have some freehand base designs. So kind of like what we did here, and always our Sisters of Battle. So I'm thinking just flat Sculpey, just plain old Sculpey, but paint some designs on there because it's been. I think actually the Sisters of Battle might have been the last series where we did that. Thank you so much, Blake Shrine. Appreciate that. Again, thank you so much for all the bitses there. We really appreciate that. White button mushroom, dried onion, mustard seed, and some thyme. Yeah, I hope this is. I didn't no idea what the heck this thing was. Showed it to Armor Wolf. He says, "Oh yeah, that's a Kirin," and I went, "Okay." I'd never ever heard of those things before, but took about 2 seconds to do the Googles, and along came a bunch of pictures of the Kirin. So I said, "All right." I think actually this was one of the color schemes that popped up, and I said, "Well, that should be fun." A little bit like Prinkles. Quite a bit like Prinkles, actually. Oh, geez, Grumby. That's probably the last series. That might be the last one. Keeping an eye on you. So that's probably, you're right, Grumby. I think that's the last one. It's probably the last series that we did that, so it's about time, wouldn't you say, Grumdy? It does mean it's going to be interesting as far as the timing of things. We will probably, who knows, we might be painting a bunch of bases first and then doing the miniatures. That will be a little different than how we normally proceed with things. So thanks again, Blake Shrine. I appreciate that. See that tiny bit of the Indian yellow there keeps this from becoming too much towards the magenta. Now, extra light touch on the brush here. And this is about the last I'm going to be able to do for now. Remember, red, trying to get multiple applications of red in place all at once can be dicey. Can be a bit on the tricky side. Like Grumdy, it really does, well, like the Cypher Lords, right? I mean, it would have been, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things you can do with the Cypher Lords and such, but then having all that free on the cloak and the bases and such just makes it your own. And of course, well, that's why it was 5, right, Grumdy? You got 5 of the best painted awards there with your fabulous Medusa, or Daughters of Cain army. I actually printed out, now of course, Lost Kingdoms also had some basically kind of Assyrian looking statues and such. So I think that's what we're going to do. We got a lot of imagery that we can use, and chaos symbols that we can incorporate into that Assyrian imagery. So I thought, object source lighting. I mean, of course, we love our object source lighting, but I think this time around it'd be more interesting to actually have some of that freehand on the basing. We just haven't done that in so darn long. Let me get rid of whatever that is. A little bit of our orange got onto the horn right there. Now, I'm just looking at this here. We need to incorporate some of those greens. We actually have to start getting some violet into this. So that means I've got to find me another one of my filbert brushes like so. I hope that your hand gets better really quickly, but a couple of things. These color charts, right? Very, very handy. And here's another thing too. If if you want to kind of get into the oils for the first time or get back into them, a value study like this. So this is just Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale, and that's it. So something like that, just those two colors. No, so Grumdy had to be banned from winning the award again. And then put in charge of the head. Well, that's so Grumdy. That's your reward, is being put to work. You see how that goes. Yeah, you see how that. So the reward is to be put to work. All right, you want to win this 5 times? Fine, that's great. Guess what? You have to be a judge now, and you have to be the head judge. Now let me see what we can do here with some. Look at that. Look at that. It's Egyptian violet, and then some of our radiant violet, and some of our radiant blue. That doesn't surprise me there, Grumdy. It is interesting. Now I don't know if you're gonna have the whole checklist thing, because we had a nice little checklist system at Adepticon where we could just basing a 5 to 25 point scale, freehand, unit fillers, or well, you're not gonna have movement trays in AOS. Now objective markers, something, theme. ARM display board, right? We had a whole little checklist there, and that way people could kind of look and go, all right, well, this is why this was chosen over this or that thing. So now Grand Oracle, based on what you just said there, and I could be wrong, but was your Van Dyke Brown from Windsor Newton? Because I think it was Stila that told me, man, this Van Dyke Brown doesn't look like yours. What's going on here? Doesn't look like the Gamlin or the Williamsburg. And I went, geez, it wouldn't be exactly the same. But she said, yeah, it just looks like burnt umber. And I said, that's crazy. But then, well, we've learned, right? Not everything is the same. So if you notice, one thing you've never seen from Windsor Newton is burnt umber. It's always either the Gamlin version or the Williamsburg version. So I was right. So yeah, actually, Grand Oracle, that was a lesson I was spared, only because Stila had to suffer through the wrong Van Dyke Brown. Well, now some might say that this Kirin is a monster, but now we just have a whole den of monsters. Monster Den minis. Hey there, Monster Den. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Great to see you back. And of course, well, everybody please give Monster Den minis that follow. Laters. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Here we go. A little bit more of our violet there. And now we're going to show our raiders. Hey, Axon Blitz, nice to see you. So Monster Den, we're painting another one of these really wild Kirin figures here. These are from Lost Kingdom. Now you can see now my hand is underneath there. Somehow I thought it had the illumination behind it, but it doesn't. So we're doing another one of these, trying to get to that color scheme right there. Hey, Paint Liquor, nice to see you. Monster Den, we're still doing our 2D art. We did this one Thursday night. Yeah, so that was very fun. Using the same oil paints that we're using right here as we welcome Sarge into the stream as well. We used a lot of these colors last night too. This was a 3D printed Macho Rider from Archvillain. This was last night's stream, so that was about 5 hours, 15 minutes, 5 hours, 20 minutes-ish, something like that. 1 hour ago, this thing had no paint on it. No paint whatsoever. So thank you so much, Sarge. I appreciate that. We're going to rock those little shamrocks. So Monster Den, if you don't mind, if you wanted to share any of your new stuff, I know you just finished your stream, so unless you skedaddle off to the photography area right now, you wouldn't have a whole bunch of stuff to share from today's stream. But if you've got some work in progress things in Instagram, Discord, anything like that, well, you know, I mean, you've been here often enough that we love to for people to be able to see what folks are working on. So Monster Den, hopefully you've had a nice chance to blast ahead on all of your painting projects. And Sarge, great to see you again. And now, Sarge, will you have any time this weekend to devote to the diorama or to your other Adepticon projects there? Those of the Space Marine variety.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gum.
Thank you so much, Construction. I appreciate that. No, it's Shadowfax or Gandofax. He's like, so Shadowfax, if I was to ride you, that don't even think about it. I mean, I don't know. That looks kind of cool. He's like, don't you even think of it. You stand on my head, I will break you. Wow, Gandalf just really brings out the worst in all of his ridden folk, doesn't he? So everybody, please check out that Instagram link. Again, that is from Monster Den Minis. Everybody, please check that out. Also, again, please give Monster Den Minis a follow. Follows are free. They are totally free. Also, see, we got this little transition here going from our orangey stuff into basically a violet there. And just gonna take a peek here. We're gonna get into some of our radiant green now. Across some areas of the well, skin, I guess. So clearing the dust to start the painting. And the foot version of the Witch King is primed. The Witch King, that king. So, Sarge, if you wanted to share any links to those things or anything like that, that would be fabulous. I'm just trying to get some of the red and oranges and yellows and such out of the brush here real quick. So Monster Den, with the current situation here, I would say that's excessively doubtful. Now, who knows? It could be different at the end of March, but as of right now, I would have to say, unfortunately, again, given this new situation that just popped up, that took something that was very unlikely into the almost impossible range. But one never knows. We're hoping that maybe there's some kind of big change. Well, that's a good thing. That's a really smart plan there, Sarge. That is a very smart plan for sure. Here, let me get some of this, more of this Indian yellow, a warmer green. Look at this. None of this here, right? That's not a relaxed grip on the brush. Thanks, Grumdy, and of course everybody that got, of course, the Fort Wapple T-shirt. We really do appreciate that. Obviously, the thing we would really want to be is there, right? That's what we want to have happen. But even if we didn't factor in the billion other things that are going on, there's also the idea that conventions Well, they tend to be disease factories, and Adepticon is definitely a disease factory. Case in point, what happened last year to a whole bunch of folks. So that could make that a little bit of a dicey prospect this year. But again, who knows? We'll just throw it out there that we're really hoping. Now we're talking about the Radiant Green, yes. Ooh, we didn't have. I think we must have had a Radiant Turquoise then too. But let me get a little. Oops, I said a little. Not that much Prussian blue. Let's throw that right across this center line right here. Again, look at how light of a grip we have on this brush here. We need a super light grip on that. Thanks so much, Monster Den Minis. Appreciate that. And again, everybody that did the Fort Whipple t-shirt thing, that's, well, those have really been a tremendous help. So we appreciate everybody that got one of those, and lots of people got one of those. So, well, if you got one, you know who you are. And we do appreciate that so much. Look at this. See, that's starting to starts to really change what's going on here with this texture, doesn't it? Yeah, Monster Den, I was because when all this stuff started, when they put the, okay, who's going to be teaching classes there, obviously I said, well, classes aren't going to happen. I thought, well, maybe I can just sort of hang out there, which usually I'm not there because there's classes and all that other stuff. I thought, ooh, this could be the one time I could actually just sort of hang out there in Fort Whipple. Armored Wolf was a genius, of course, and got that fabulous loudspeaker type device that I can just wear so that I can overcome all the noise and the din. All right, so I could just be the voice of the proverbial god over everybody. Look at all that darker color on the end of the brush. Holy smoke. Here, let's get back to our Prussian blue again. And we'll do some more of this. Ironically enough, I still have to get some forests because I do not have one of those yet. I keep forgetting that I don't actually have one of those, so I need to snag one. Well, one for each of us, I suppose. And oh, that was the other thing too. That's right. Late at night, I was hoping maybe we could actually play some games of Lord of the Rings. Right, some Middle-earth strategy battle game. Throw out the battle map, throw out some terrain. We might have one or two Lord of the Rings figures. And Grumdy, now just almost as much for giggles as anything else. I was almost thinking of doing an army painting series with these 3D printed French bolt action miniatures, because I have an entire French bolt action army. And there's just a part of me that thinks it would be very interesting to do some painting videos, because I've never done any on the Samoa. I have some Renault, so I have a whole bunch of things that I did not have for my French army. Resistance fight, all this kind of stuff, and I thought, that could actually maybe make an interesting army painting series as well. Now we're really, there we go. See, we got greens, violets, reds, all that kind of stuff. Here, let's just do a gratuitous film noir. Boom. All of a sudden, that looks really boring, doesn't it? What happened to all the greens and the oranges? Well, where'd it go? There's hardly even any shading there. Well, there sort of is. That is one of the reasons why I like this crazy color scheme, because it lets me do stuff like that, very mischievous stuff like that. Oh, hey Monster Den, you wouldn't happen to have an Instagram link to that you could share in the chat? Actually, hey Monster Den, if you could just maybe send me the pictures of that so I can show them to Kathy, that'd be fantastic. So yeah, Monster Den, the key. You see how we've been just literally doing stuff like this? Minimal amounts of paint, minimal amounts of pressure, because the oils, they are. It's really, really, really easy to get them to stick to the miniature. It's not like the acrylics, right? And of course, too much thinner. Basically, that's gonna be also another thing that'll cause some issues. So yeah, too much thinner, it can be a little bit of a bugaboo right there. Let me get a little indigo into here. Perline, perline black and some indigo. And we'll just chuck some of that over here. I had no idea that this was actually supposed to be water over here. Oh my goodness. All right, indigo again. We'll have to do some water effects on this. Now here, see that? I don't mind that there's thinner in this. Look at, see how it's taking the existing color? And see how I'm taking this brush here and just kind of smushing this down? Look at this. See how that's kind of altering this, tinting it, mixing with it? There. So there we go. Now you can see it. So that mixed with everything that's there because, well, that's obviously not dry paint either. Okay, that's cool, Monster Den. Hey, Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Hey, Doji, did you get to see the first Kirin? I think you did. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Sorry, I missed your other one there. Oh, speaking of the Kathy Mini and backdrop, so this is from Megan right here. I mean, obviously Megan can share the pictures, but this is the fabulous background that Megan did. And of course, there's a Frenchie, some Nurgle, Stretch Armstrong, Hello Kitty. So she squeezed in as many different things, including plaid, So everybody, please give Megan Paints a follow, and also again check out Megan Paints link tree as well. I will see you later there, Uber Yeti. You have a good one. Let me see. I'm gonna. Oh, why not? Why not? I'm gonna throw some indigo, perline, black, and the form of maybe. Here, I just throw a couple of dots right there. So more of a pinline washy type thing here. That's a highly technical term right there. You can use that if you want. Yeah, that's a highly technical term, pinline washy thing. And as you can see, we just kind of poke this once in a while, let that stuff go wherever the heck it's gonna go. Want to let it do its thing. Where it stops, nobody knows. Alright, well, M-Tellies, you have fun at the game castle. I don't know, we might be still going on here when you get back because we're only an hour and 13 minutes in. Again, hour 13 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. Thank you so much, Lady Kachara. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. This is going to be really, really interesting. And again, we'll be taking some of the Armored Wolf grass and flower tufts, right? And we'll be throwing some of those on there as well. So that should be very fun. So again, Monster Den Minis, appreciate you being here, appreciate the raid, and of course, again, if you want to share anything, I know you did before, you want to share stuff, that is just fine. So a little bit more of a dark right there. Feathers, so maybe feathers there. Maybe we do stick with that teal color for the skin tone. Let me see what we can do with that here. Try something. So yeah, Monster Den. Now, of course, if you used cadmium in there or a lot of titanium white, that could also be part of it. But I have to say that, well, things like our When was our one before this? Well, even this one. So this was dry within 18 hours, as in dry like touch it, touch it, touch it, and it was just fine. So it's too much is too much, and it gets to be too much in a hurry. It really does. And yeah, the titanium white, that is going to take longer. We use very little white. That's why we're using these radiant colors here from Gamlin. We've been using both of these. Actually, we're about to start using them again up there on that character there. We also use the radiant yellow, so kind of substituting that for, say, a cadmium yellow. And then, of course, you can use either the quick dry white or the fast matte. Now, this is going to have alkyds in there, just so you know. But these two take significantly less time to dry than just your standard titanium white. Now, let me see what I can do here with a little bit of this here. Well, speaking of radiance, we have radiant turquoise and the radiant green. Now, let me see what we can do here on some skin tones there, just to lighten those up a smidge, not a ton, just a smidge. So originally this was going to be a video series where we painted mostly the Kirin first and then moved on to the character for obvious reasons. It'd be a whole lot easier to get to it. Now I can hear Kathy doing stuff in the kitchen. I'm not sure that means she might join us. She might be a little bit too tired since it's 10:38. But who knows, maybe she'll join us here. I hear her walking past us. Now we also have to do the, speaking of pin line washes, we got to do some of the lighter pin line wash stuff in between those scales. I'm only going to do a little bit here on this, and then we're going to see if we can do some of those, again, lighter pin line washes. Few areas on the Kirin. And you see it right there. See that? So again, we can take those lighter colors and basically turn those into a pin line wash. Remember, you can thin the oils. You can never dilute them. You cannot do that. I mean, you can try. So yeah, you won't be terribly successful with it. I've got, well, you know what? Let me see what happens here with the radiant violet here. Again, it's going to take, these are opaque colors, so it's going to take a fair amount of thinner just to turn it into a pin line wash to begin with. And then we'll see if that's actually enough. As we welcome in Lady Owl Studio, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you so much, Lady Owl. And we have a link to the past.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gums.
It's like, dude, you're a link to the past. He's like, what do you mean? It's like, you don't know that you're about to die? It's like if I cross that bridge there, it's like, no, you kind of die in the middle of it. It's like, so you're telling me that the Balrog, that whip is a little bit better than a glow stick and a kitchen utensil? She's like, I'm thinking, yeah. Poor Gandalf. Poor Gandalf. Thank you so much, Renzelius. I appreciate that. And a link to the past. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. We're painting a fabulous 3D print from Lost Kingdom. We're trying to engineer this color scheme, and there's Kathy. Okay, she's going directly to sleep. She's not going to pass go or join the chat. So everybody wave to Kathy there as she says good night. They're all waving in the chat to the Kathy. Good night. Glad she had fun in the chat. And thank you so much, Renzelius, for that follow. Appreciate that. We never run out of Gandalfs here. It's like, so you're sure I can't? Don't even think about jumping on top of my head like that. I'll just stab you. Boy, I tell you, Shadowfax and, well, of course. So you're really going to just let her stand on top of you like that? It's like, well, why not? Just on my shoulder. It's like, yeah, see that other dude there riding the horse? Like every couple thousand years he says, oh, I need a ride, man. I need a lift. It's like I'm his personal Uber or something like that. Like, So you're saying I shouldn't let this thing ride on top of me? So thanks everybody for saying good night to Kathy there. Thanks, Lady Owl. And of course, everybody, please give Lady Owl a follow. And of course, Lady Owl, if you want to post any pictures to anything in the chat, any Instagram or Discord links, that's fabulous. Now, we do also paint some 2D stuff. And guess what? Both of these are painted with oil paints. Quite literally the same exact paints on either one of these things. And let's see what else. We have some Megicel there. We have a little bit of Witch King at Osgiliath. We also have, oh, speaking of some, see all those violets and such? Oh, look. Looky there. Same thing on that spacescape. So we love to engage in some 2D art here too. Yeah, Monster Den Minis, it's all part of the silly Marillion here. Yes, Gandalf has gotten himself quite a reputation for just jumping on top of things and thinking they're his personal Uber service. Now, we need a little bit more thinner in here. Look at this. Now, you can see how that just kind of, it's going to go quite a long way. See, look at that. It goes about 3-4 scales over. That is your pin line white, and you can see that is practically 97% thinner. Here, let me, how's about we get a little bit closer to that? So again, Lady Owl, if you would like to share anything in the chat there so people can see what kind of fantastic things that you are doing on stream, that would be sensational. Can't see, we'll let that settle down in all those crevices. We're going to do the same thing now on the back. Now that's going to be a little bit different. Actually, that's going to be the radiant turquoise and some other light colors. Here, we'll get some thinner down into that. We know we're going to need it there anyways. Yeah, Valfera, can you imagine Gandalf trying to jump on top of Prinkles like that? That's not going to end well for him. Well, he'll get ended permanently. Yeah, there won't be enough of them to turn him into Gandalf the White. He'll just be pretty much like Gandalf the Sauce. That's about what'll be left of him. He'll just be somebody's sauce. The orcs will just be using him because meat's back on the menu again. So again, see, we're just going to let that work its way down in all the little crevices there like so. And that's Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty. Now, 1 hour and 22 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. It was just primer. And we're using traditional oil paints right out of the tube. No mediums, no weird stuff. Just straight up oil paints right out the tube. Look at that. See that? Nice and easy there. So Harley Rider. Sometimes they're actually commission pieces that we paint on stream, and sometimes they're just obvious things that we want to do as a lesson for folks. The Patreon page is all about the tutorial videos. And gee whiz, I think we might have surpassed 1,300 hours of videos on that now. Sometimes folks, they'll just maybe shoot me a message on the Instagrams or the Discords or the Facebooks or something like that. Especially, say, the Instagram. If maybe they say, hey, you know, that thing that I saw you working on, is that something I could snag? Now look at this side versus that side. It is really easy to have all that stuff just go right down to all of these nifty little crevices here. Okay, we're going to not really guide that too much. We're going to let it do its own thing as much as possible. Need to do the same over here. Now, too much thinner, well, like anything else, too much is too much. So we have to be really mindful of just how much thinner we might have here or there. Now, see how that's kind of sneaking its way down here? This is something that I always like to do actually on, well, lizards. Because when you look at the references, sometimes the area that you would normally think of as dark, like a shadow, ends up actually being lighter than the scale itself. Thanks, Doji. Really appreciate that. So Doji, I printed. I I rolled out not one, not two, not three, not four, but 8 sheets of Sculpey, different textures, because I finally found my stupid texture rollers, quite by accident. Yeah, where's her don't blink cookie? That's around here somewheres. Yes, if you blink, Velfera, right, that's all it takes. So yeah, we printed out, or sorry, again, we didn't print out, but we rolled out a whole bunch of sheets for basing videos, for army painting series, all kinds of stuff like that. And of course, Doji, I just determined that the Chaos Dwarves, they're going to get just flat Sculpey with designs painted on them. So just like we did with our sisters, like we did with the Cipher Lords, I thought, you know what? It's been since the Thousand Suns, where we did basing like that. And I think that's probably series 18 or something, or 19 or whatever. So yeah, we're gonna do some freehand on the bases again. It's been long enough. Back to that same greenish color here. Now we'll probably go a little bit lighter in some areas, but for right now, this is all that we need. And again, we have a little bit of paint in there, but it's mostly thinner. And yet you can see how that covers pretty darn well for being almost 97% thinner. Look at this. That would not happen with the acrylics. With the acrylics, it would mostly just be, well, kind of a dingy gray at best. So yeah, Doji, for the Chaos Dwarves, I thought with all the Assyrian imagery and all the Chaos type imagery, at first I was thinking those lava bases, but there's actually something, well, I want to do some Mordor stuff with the whole lava type basing stuff, so I thought, well, let's save it for that. Save it for the Mordor stuff, and this way the Chaos Dwarves, I can do lots of freehand on some marble style basing. Again, bringing in that, see that lighter color there. Now we almost did the opposite over there, where it was kind of the darker stuff. Now here we don't have too much of the lighter color down there. Yeah, not too much of that actually. So we don't have too much to do there. Okay. Let me get rid of the 1 second here. That was not a good plan. 1 second here. Okay, there's our wolves. There we go. All right, that's better. I just realized there got to be some sounds in the background there. We'll get a little bit of our lighter stuff down here. Again, look at where my hand is on that brush. Nowhere near the ferrule of that brush, and yet, see that brush shaking and bouncing around all over the place. It's going right where we need it to. My hand's not even, well, even with the camera backed away as far as it is, still, you can barely see my hand in the picture. Is there AD creations in the house? Hey there, AD. Nice to see you again. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow too. So AD Creations, if you want to share some of your creations in the chat, I'm sure that would be fantastic. Again, we don't want to do too much of this. We want some there. Just a suggestion of it. There we go. See if we can do some on his head too. Let me see what we did for the eyes here. I think they had kind of a reddish look to them. Radiant turquoise. I'm pretty sure, Doji, didn't we have we had the radiant colors, didn't we? When I did that first Kirin? At least the radiant turquoise and the radiant green. I'd be really surprised if I didn't. I guess it's possible that I didn't. Here we're going to start to work some lighter colors here onto the Kirin's face. Not too much. Actually, maybe I will just do that lighter green in the eye. We could change that. Be surprised if we do. Yeah, Doji, I'll have to look and see when that was. But, so Doji, I'm really wanting to, well, I'm hoping that later tonight or tomorrow or something, I can try and make some build plates out of the Lost Kingdoms, the January, whatever the heck they call those things. But to me, they look like the Medusa from the Daughters of Cain. And I thought if I can get those printed out, we could do another army painting series, but this time using those 3D printed ones. Do the basing, mostly the same, but with some modernization, I guess. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram. Yes, it's an Instagram link there from, I almost said from Valfera, that's from AD Creations. So Valfera, I think sometimes it's hard to remember which ones I had when. Because I know there was some that I had early on, and then there was others that kind of came in later. And I can't necessarily remember which ones were here first. I would say Radiant Green and Radiant Violet had to be, because that's where we started to create our fabulous Radiant Gray, was mixing those together. Now here we're trying to find a little light, because the light's coming down this way, so I'm trying to get a little bit of light here on the top of some of these scales. Again, this is the advantage of the liner brush. There we go. Everybody please check out Sarge's link. Please check that out. Now here, let's get a little bit lighter here now. This is the the Brilliant Yellow Pale and the Radiant Green together. I guess we'll thin that down a little bit. So Doji, actually Doji, I don't know if you heard, I was going to do an army painting series with those French bolt action figures that I've been printing out. So I thought that could be very interesting, because I have a whole bunch of stuff that I never had for the original army. So I could do some stuff that's the same and then a whole bunch of brand new stuff. It should allow for some interesting basing of an artillery piece, and there would be a few different vehicles too. Not really all that much with the infantry, but probably a couple of vehicles in there too. And I do actually have some. Those Eldar figures that I printed out. Yeah, that's and of course, Doji, I still haven't had a chance to use the Eldar texture roller. And now I have some more sci-fi printable bits from Make It Epic. So that was the one I was targeting. Again, that's the. I don't remember who did those. I'm gonna have to go through my mini factory account and see who the heck did those. Now that's too light. I want to come back here with my. Just kind of use that as a bit of a blending brush right there. Just tone down some of that. Well, Megan, sorry that it's all the kids are that way again. It's It's been a few days, right, Megan? It's been too long since they were last sick. They had to be sick again because you had all of about a week and a half, maybe, where that wasn't going to be the case. So best of luck to you, trying to take care of all that. So Doji, well, it would be much like the chapter studies, right? Because those were, yeah, those didn't have any weathering. So it'd be much like, well, let's see, even, oh, yeah, actually the Thousand Suns also, those were, and of course, again here, no weathering on those guys. Now, I do have some 3D printed Space Marine things that I could also mess around with. I'm going to use this wee little brush right here and see if we can't, as we don't really need to get too much light on the scales themselves. We're going to try and get some of this down in the crevices here. So the Eldar, again, those should be really interesting since haven't actually painted any Eldar in the oils. Painted lots of Eldar back in the day. And of course, never had a chance to use that Eldar texture roller. So that would also be very fun. Looking forward to both of those possibilities. Now, there's going to be, for sure, we're going to be coming back into this with some of our darker colors in the recesses here. And of course, well, we did the two Necron series as well. Let me get a little more light right along here. There's a lot of complex textures there. Now there is a Rathu. So Rathu Kathy waved. She waved as she walked by. And well, again, hopefully your voice gets a little bit better there. So this is radiant green, a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. And you can see now we can fortify some of the areas where we brought in some of that lighter tone. Now we should do the same on this side, right here. Again, there's a ton of these little things, and if it just didn't go the way I want, I'm just going to take this and we will, we'll just erase that. So Rathu's not going to take any medicine for that throat. I'm sure maybe, I don't know, just a little bit of honey water. That's it. That's what I actually made for Kathy earlier tonight. Was some hot water with honey in there. I'm sure there must be some kind of a liqueur or something like that that may or may not have honey in there. There must be. No clue what that would be called, but I'm guessing there might be something like that. So I'm going to just use the darks there. When in doubt, make things darker, and that's what we're going to do. We'll bring in a couple more bands of light there. Very light touch. Again, very light touch. Also remember, thin sticks over thick and vice versa. So if you've got a lot of thin paint on the brush, something, well, like the pin line wash, right? Over the top of that, you really are going to want to use something thicker. Doesn't have to be right out of the tube thicker. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Appreciate that, Al, again. Thank you. So Valfera last year, I believe, I forget if it was in the summer or in the wintertime, Armored Wolf actually was kind enough and sent some mead this way, and we actually enjoyed that on stream for a while. That was really good. That was a variety pack. I think there was at least 4 different kinds, possibly 5 or 6. So yeah, I had a chance to try out some variety of meads. I can't remember which one was my fave. I think I had one that was a fave, and there was another one that was a second favorite. Now, how much of the... Okay, yeah, we do still have some of our lighter green even on the legs there.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gum.
Thank you so much, Wars Gods. I appreciate that. Let's see, do we have more Gandalfs? Yes, we do. In fact, we do have more Gandalfs. This is so. Is a whoa. You look a lot bigger than those other ones. He's like, yeah. I also don't have any arms. It's like, woof, that's rough. How'd that happen? It's like, don't ask. Balrog. Poor Gandalf of the no arms. So thank you so much, Wars Gods, for the follow. We appreciate that. Now here, let me see. That's gonna be a little too late. Little bit too late. We're gonna reseed it a bit more into our. Yeah, that's a bit more of our turquoise color there. Now, thanks, War Gods. Getting very, very, very light touch. Let's start to work some of that into our reddish areas, and see that's still going to be mixing on its own. That's the fabulous thing about the oil paints, right? We don't have to be mixing a whole bunch of colors on the palette. Why would we do that when they're going to be mixing all by themselves right over here? So actually, clay cyanide. Clay cyanide has a Balrog as part of their release this month. So for sure we're gonna try and get that one printed up. I really hope that it's not too big to fit on the plate. I don't think it should be, but well, who knows? So that would be fun. We have already painted up a Balrog here. We actually painted that up on stream. It's also part of our Mori army, which we also painted on stream. So you can check out all that stuff. Again, every single episode here is saved as a highlight, sort of like a YouTube channel. So you can go back and watch any of those at any point. Fortunately, Twitch just didn't realize that you don't need to be partner to be able to save all of your stuff, all 100% of it. Thank goodness. And of course, Valfera, we are all Gothmog, right? We are all Gothmog. So all of us here are Gothmog, and of course all of the Balrogs are, of course, Gothmog too. We are all Gothmog. Well, thank you so much, Froggenstein. Appreciate the raid. If everyone could please give Froggenstein a raid, that would be sensational. So Froggenstein, what were you working on during your stream? Again, hopefully it was a blast. I'm sure that it was. And again, everybody please give Froggenstein a follow. Hey Tremo, how you doing? So yeah, Arathu, I didn't know that at first. I think it was just, I happened to be like a YouTube sort of a Twitch YouTube training video. And the guy was talking about, well, making thumbnails for your sessions. And then he said, oh yeah, you can save them even if you are not a partner. And I went, oh, well now that would be really cool. I wish I knew that right away. Of course, I did not know that right away, so there's some of those early sessions we don't have. So it's a chibi miniature Xe. So Froggenstein, if you want to post, you got an Instagram or Discord link or something like that that you would like to share in the chat. I'm sure that would be fantastic. You know what? I might just go with a little bit of a yellowy touch here on these feathers, maybe. Well, Tremo, you know we love terrain here. Actually, Tremo, if you want to share any pictures that you might have, you got the Instagrams, whatever, of your fabulous terrain. We love terrain, and everybody please check out there's an Instagram link from Froggenstein. Please go check that out. Let me see. So Armored Wolf is on the verge of 1.1 million channel points. That's 1.1 million channel points. Now I used to have obviously collect Drax's channel points much more. I think I have some like 80,000 Drax channel points. So Hoof says that they're being chased out of the room with some fumes. Building all that terrain. So again, everybody please also check out Armored Wolf on the Instagrams. That's Armored Wolf Productions. Also check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Bestest moderator on Twitch, of course. We're also going to welcome in Froggenstein. Thank you so much, our newest little hobbit. So let's see. We need to do this. So this is our stream on Thursday, and along come Gandalf. He goes, "Oh no, not you! Oh, you have a stick." It's like, yeah, it's kind of an important stick though. He's like, "Throw me the stick." It's like, no, that's just like a staff. It's not. It's a stick. Throw me the stick. So this was we were doing this all Thursday during that stream. That's just not going to get old. So Valfera's got what 280k it looks like over there. So Tremo trying to make sure that some of that glue could maybe be vented. So where does this continue? Okay, it continues over to here. Good to know. Alright, well, Froggenstein, you have yourself a good night's sleep. Appreciate you being here, of course. So thank you so much. And again, if everybody could please just give Froggenstein that follow, that would be fantastic. Now it's got a little bit more blue in it there. Now we want maybe indigo. Maybe we'll do that. See how that plays out here. Actually, yeah, see that means that our light skin tone might actually have something to contrast against. So we'll switch gears again here. That's all right. Let's go with more of our indigo back here, and that too. Potentially, maybe even getting a little bit of the, not the red, but maybe some of our blue or violet in here. Yeah, that's the other thing that we don't really have is maybe some of the flowers should be more of a violet. I'm just going to try it. Oh, that's actually I thought that was a support thing, but I don't think it actually is. I've got, well, some of my violet right here. I'm just gonna smack some of those flowers really quick, and then these over here. Because if you recall, well, there's almost a bit more on the magenta side there. Hey there, Maze. How you doing? So, Maze, it's just a junky craft brush. That's all. Maybe a size 0 or something like that. Nothing, definitely nothing special. I mean, just like this is just a craft brush, filbert brush. Yeah, I think this might actually do the trick. There we go. Okay, so we had awful lot of just greens and such on here. We're kind of changing that up just a bit. So, well, Valfera, I guess I'm glad that the meds are kicking in, of course. But here's hoping that you just won't be needing those soon enough. And all that stuff, just that the grafting and everything just works out the way we would like it to. Thank you so much, Maze. Appreciate that. It was last night's stream where we were definitely making use of the Egyptian violet and our naphthol red for sure. Lots of fun contrasts there. And then here, of course, we are. Well, these two guys are looking a whole lot more alike, aren't they? Much more alike. I think we can also start to think about getting some of our lighter colors here. Some of our lighter oranges and yellows and such. So again, it's a little bit difficult to see the chat because the camera boom is raised so high. It's literally right in front of the chat. So it's I actually have to look through the camera boom to be able to read the chat. So if I miss something, you might want to repeat. If you had a question or anything, don't feel bad about repeating that because it's a little bit difficult for me to see. Well, Valfair, I'm glad that at least there's the possibility of kind of sleeping through that. That was something that Kathy did earlier today. But there's a certain level, right, Valfera? It's like you can't just sleep through it if it's really just tearing right through you. There's a certain threshold where it's okay. It's dulled it enough. It's taken enough of that edge up. Maybe I can just get to sleep and then forget about it. Of course, then when you get up, you're thinking, holy smokes, I am going to be stiff like crazy. Well, thanks again for being here, Doji. As always, I really appreciate that. So yeah, Doji, well, again, all of those are army painting series that would have been underway already if it just obviously wasn't for some of the constant changes. But really, I would love to do some of those. I was certainly looking forward to them because, well, freehand, right? Who doesn't love freehand all over the bases? Ickelhoof, actually yesterday, for the first time, we just said, all right, look, for today, we are going to do a higher gabapentin dose. But yesterday was neuropathy, today was inflammation. They're very distinctive, the two different things. And, well, we'll find out. Maybe the extra gabapentin did something. Of course, we have to really be heads up on all the different side effects. So Goji, you have yourself a good one. And again, Valfera, here's wishing you all the best with that so that you won't need those to dull things down enough to sleep, of course. Now, see the big difference there versus here, right? Just going to move around here. We have some of our reds, some of our Indian yellow, and then some of the radiant yellow. The radiant yellow is what doesn't just make it lighter, It also gives it that much extra opacity because adding the Indian yellow subtracts a little bit of opacity. That's another reason why I recommend doing all those different color chart things, because you'll get to see what especially all these different radiant colors can do. You'll be able to see, okay, if I use that radiant magenta, combine that with, I don't know, this blue, it's not necessarily a violet color, but it makes a really interesting violet tinged gray, which could be really handy for something like, it could be very handy for something along the lines of some skin tone, right? Or maybe some 5 o'clock shadow, or some of those areas in the forehead. Just those different parts of the face that you tend to have more grayish color. That's definitely for sure, Valfira. Yeah. Now, of course, she wasn't really able to tell if it was something like neuropathy that was happening, but it became pretty obvious that's what it was. Then started out on the lowest dose, which did seem to do something, but not especially during the heavier times. Thank you so much, Eric Dad. Welcome back, Eric Dad. I hope that you're doing well. Thanks so much for the raid, and everybody please give Eric Dad a follow. Follows are free, and follows are fantastic. Of course, Eric Dad, you might be stuck behind an ad wall too. Thank you so much, Orc with a gun. He says, oh, orcs. Follow your nose, that's what I always say. It's like, I don't know, I'm getting like a contact high from just being around you. That's what my nose says. It's like, whew, this is a rough crowd. Thank you so much, Orc with the gun, for that follow. Appreciate that. So a 2-hour or a 2-year stream anniversary, 24 hours, and hit the 500th follow. Well, Urk Dad, thank you for rating here. Let's that calls. You know what that calls for, Urk Dad? That calls for a hype train for Urk Dad. There you go. There it is coming down the track for Urk Dad. Hype train. Hype train for Urk Dad. There you go. So a hype train for Urk Dad. Congratulations. And of course, Urk Dad, if you want to share anything in the chat, that would be fantastic. We are painting another one of these Kirin. These are from Lost Kingdom. Right there, 3D printed. And you can see, 1 hour 57 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. We're bringing it closer and closer to this one. Thank you so much, TK, and thank you so much, Echo. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Yeah, Lord Monkey Man, we love to have. We actually had at least a level 2, if not a level 3 hype train earlier. Here was our stream from last night. This was 5 hours 15 minutes start to completion there, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then the night before that, this was our Thursday stream. Thursday stream was this, a little bit flatter than our usual miniatures. Like, hey, where's the guy with the stick? Where's this? I want the stick. So that was our Thursday stream. Oh, thank you so much, Orc with a gun. Appreciate that. Grand Oracle has a clay cyanide. Oh, yeah. Now, Grand Oracle, they have, Elrond. They've got Legolas. I think a Frodo, something like that. Now, we have done some orcs here. Now, orcs on wargs. Definitely orcs on wargs. We also have done orcs on, where's that Deathcopter? Where's that darn Deathcopter? I don't know where the heck that thing went, but we did actually an orc on a Deathcopter. So you can watch that highlight too. That would be really fun. So thank you so much, T-Kettle. Appreciate that. So everybody please check out the Instagram post from Eric Dad. And everybody also please give T-Kettle a follow. So T-Kettle, well, I know you had I think earlier you had the post of the cat, but I think you also have, you had some painted miniatures also today on your Instagram, right? So T-Kettle, if you want to share the cat or the painted miniatures, either way. Orc with the gun. well, congrats on getting into miniature painting. I hope that it's been fun for you. I absolutely love doing the miniature painting and paint all kinds of different stuff. We love terrain. I also love doing terrain. Well, Ikahoof, thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you being here, and hopefully we get to see you next time. Now, I think we'll still be doing our Monday stream because, well, I guess that's apparently a holiday or whatever, so that's why we couldn't do the appointment when we thought we were going to be doing it. So I think we'll still be doing the Monday stream, but it could get dicey between now and the 25th. So there could be a lot of late night streams, or maybe it won't make a darn bit of difference. We are really not going to know until it happens. So everybody please check out Tea Kettle's Instagram. Yes, Instagram right there. And of course, while you're at it, please give Tea Kettle a follow as we chuck in a little bit of our darks here. Probably throw some lighter lights back in there too. Actually, that's probably, yeah, we could probably just go in there with a few really light highlights there. Now let's keep going with our reds and orangey yellows. That's what we were doing when we had our raids. We'll get right back to that here. Again, using our liner brush, but also see the hand nowhere near the ferrule of that brush. Yet we still have tons of control. No problem. Yes, there is some thinner in this, but not too much, because remember all the pin line wash stuff we did in here to get those lights down in the crevices? Now, let's say we wanted this to actually be sort of a fiery mane or something like that. Like what we did here. That is where we would actually employ that pin line wash type of stuff, right? Like we did here. This is another, this is an arch villain figure right there. Whoops, wrong brush. This one. Let me throw some light on this. Now this, I'm not going to do a whole bunch painting wise on that because, well, we could do all kinds of fun water effects and other such things there. So I think we'll leave that for some water effect. We'll do a little bit of painting there, but I want to make sure we have plenty of our foliage and other nifty effects like that. So Grand Oracle, I have that. I haven't used it yet. A bunch of folks have used it, and it pretty much does a lot of the same stuff that the Radiants do. Now, I think Halligan, I could swear it's Halligan, loves the Radiant White. Halligan absolutely loves the Radiant White. I think there's a couple of other folks that really enjoy that too. I just have not had a chance to employ that yet. I think my favorite's always going to be the Fast Matte White, and the Quick Dry White also worked very well. But yeah, a few folks, they've tried the Radiant White, and every single person that's tried it pretty much says that they really enjoy that. Alright, well, Valfera, this is we can get you a nice little film noir before you head out. Don't head out the door just yet, because I think now that we have a little bit more of our lights on this, it should be an interesting comparison to our original one. Now, I might also zoom out a bit here. Yeah, we'll zoom out. I'm going to grab the other one. And all of this red, all this blue, it looks like it's a different value. Like one is lighter than the other or darker. Guess what? Not so much. And now that see, this is starting to look a little bit closer to this one here value-wise. But again, the red, the blue, the green, and the violet, it's all gone. So you can see our shading, yes. But what we don't get to see is all that magical warm red versus the cooler blues, and then some of that radiant green that's in there. Boy, that makes a big difference, doesn't it, Valfera? And of course, that Valfera will be thinking about you, really hoping that everything just works out and you don't have to no more modular Valferas. Only one piece Valferas from now on. Oh, no problem, Iko. And again, thank you so much. Can appreciate everything, all of the bitses and cheers and subs. Those make a big difference, especially since again all of the other
Fuck my gun.
let's just say a lot of other income revenues, those have been compromised, if not wiped out entirely. So we really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Spilled Paint Pot. It's like, well, oils, you don't have to worry about spilled paint pots, right? It's like, speaking of pot, dude, man, lay off on that stuff. Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Couldn't resist that one. So, spilled paint pot, I hope that you are having yourself either a good Saturday night or a good Sunday morning. It's almost Sunday morning here. It's, 11:28? So it's getting late for the Megans and the Blades of the world. So hopefully Megan is able to get the sick kids off to sleep somehow. Let's get to yeah. Let's see if we can a little bit more of our lighter oranges down in there. So Grundy, the other thing I was wondering about with the big hat dwarves is, do I try and do almost more of a bronze-ish or something like that? Because we just did, oh gosh, what was the Song of Ice and Fire unit where we had all the golds? It was a golden company. Well, sure, ironically enough, golden company, but it was the swordsman unit. There's lots of golds there, so I think we've got that covered. And we just did TMM right before that, so I think maybe if we can do something that's more bronze or brass or something for our Chaos Dwarves. Also depends just how much actual metal there is on them. Oh, I also printed up some more of that Arabic texture roller so that I could base more of the Martells, especially the infantry units. But of course, really enjoyed doing this sort of sand dune type theme, again with the 3D printed palm trees. I have to print up a whole bunch of those tonight. I know we did sort of a copper type of thing on the, oh god, the Zangors? Yeah, the Zangors. There. So of course we'll be doing a lot of this, right? Like we did on our latest freehand video there. More of my yellow up here. I would say this is his main, so we'll call that his main. So yeah, of course, well, a lot of greenish colors, right? A lot of green, a lot of almost some violets in there too. Maybe we can, I can find some kind of charts or something that could also include. Just find some, like, okay, what, in essence, something like, well, gold that just reflects so much stuff. The brass to bronze wouldn't have quite so much reflectivity to it. That would be interesting. Yeah, I'm just, well, thinking Bronze Age, of course. More of my yellow down in there. And boy, I tell you, these are not sable brushes. These are just artificial hair liner brushes. A much firmer bristle, which is Really, really, really helpful when you're doing stuff like this. You have not just a rough surface, but you can see I can just kind of just drag it this way. I can push it the other way. See here, I can actually push it in the opposite direction. Can't really do that with those sable brushes. Well, these things also last so much longer. You can practically get 3 of these for the cost of 1 sable brush, and 1 of these lasts almost as long as a couple of sable brushes. I might still go a little touch lighter with some of my orange in places, not too much. Now, what the heck did we do with these branches? Looks like, oh yeah, looks like we did some radiant green and brown matter. Radiant, almost radiant gray, close to it. Brown matter over here. That's another one of those cheaper colors. Also, happens to dry faster. Well, it's based on a plant, the madder plant. So, purple madder. Well, we haven't used that in a while. Actually, you know what, Grundy? Maybe I should break out that purple madder again. It's been I know we used it on the Lumineth series. Maybe we need to break that out one more time. Nah, it's funny you should mention that, Grumby, because that's pretty much the only time I use them, is basically as a blending brush. It's crazy how they fall so far, right? They barely manage blending brush status. So again, this is that same radiant green that we've been using on the skin here and there. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. We'll probably go one more. I think we'll take the brilliant yellow pale maybe. So we don't want this to end up too greenish. So again, now this one here, this has been beat up like crazy. Even when it sort of reaches the end of a certain part of its life cycle, we keep using it. We can use it for things like pin line washes when we're doing our rust techniques. Yeah, a Rathu, and of course, well, we're even more spoiled with the oil paints, right? Because they don't get down into the ferrules and dry in there. So you could almost pretty much get away with the next day. You get up and you say, oh, I forgot to clean my brushes. Yeah, you do that with the acrylics. That could be a bit of a little spot of bother, as they might say in some parts of the world. Now, we were talking about that radiant yellow. There it is. Kind of turns that back into, well, sort of a sickly greenish gray. And also, too, the oils can act like almost like conditioner. There have been brushes that were so beat up. I tried using them with acrylics. They didn't work at all. Put the oil paints in them, and all of a sudden they have this nice little point again. I said, that's pretty incredible. Nah, Grumdy. And now the one thing I haven't tried, I mean, I use it for cleaning my hands all the time, is just the dishwashing soap for cleaning brushes. I haven't really tried that too much. I think that's something I might give a shot to. See, look at that. Nice and quick and easy, right? Yeah, Rathu, like you're saying, they're so durable, and they're not exactly $20 brushes either, are they? It's almost a little bit of familiarity breeds contempt. You just say, what the heck? They can take it. And they really can. They take one heck of a beating. I mean, we're talking many, many hundreds of hours, I think, with just each one of these $5 artificial hair brushes. So spilled paint pot, you have a bunch of different options, which is really fantastic. Now, we were just talking about the Dawn dish soap or something like that. I use that to clean my hands all the time. That works really well. But this is fantastic too. Here we go. So Winsor Newton makes this, and what's nice is you can see, look, you can use it for dried acrylics too, also oils. So it's not hazardous, no vapor. Obviously, wouldn't want to take a sip out of it, but it's not gonna melt your eyeballs like some kind of cheap, nasty thinner. And all we use the thinner for, quite literally, is just thinning the brush. We're not using it to clean the brush. We're just using it as a thinner. And look at this, just a tiny little bit of water bottle cap, and that's it. Now, if you can't get the, what was it, the Mona Lisa, if you're say in the EU or whatever, MIG ammo, AK interactive, that'll work fine. This is a little bit more of a fragrance to it, maybe, than say the Mona Lisa, but as long as it is a high quality thinner, that is the most important thing. And again, we're using just a tiny, tiny amount. We don't have a big old jug of that out on the pallet or out on the table. And again, for cleaning your hands, some dish soap will work fantastic, and it also should work for brushes too. Since I don't have a sink anywhere near this room, that's why we're more inclined to use the Winsor Newton set. Oh, look at that. See, we're able to get, bam, no problem, shading on there. Yeah, spill paint pot, and we're just using regular oil paints right out of the tube. No Gamsol, no Liquin, none of those type of things. And the big three, let me see if we can get our three different ones out here. Where's our Winsor Newton? There we go. And here's a Gamlin right here. There we are. So there's our big three. Now the Winsor Newton and Gamlin, very similar in price and quality, but good solid stuff. The Williamsburg, it is going to be the most expensive of the three, but the handmade is really legit. That's definitely a legit thing. High quality stuff. But you will have to pay a little bit more for that for sure. Rathu, I just feel sorry for everybody in Australia and New Zealand. Well, I guess Canada too, because for whatever reason, three of the places on the globe you don't want to live when it comes to having anything hobby related shipped to you would be apparently New Zealand, Australia, and Canada. Yeah, and it's only worse. It is only worse. I can remember that wasn't 30 years ago where $9 you could ship a miniature to the EU and it would get there in less than 10 days. Now it would cost me more like $24, $30 at least, maybe more like $40, and it could potentially take 2-3 weeks to get there if it gets there at all. That's another reason why we did the whole 3D printing, because at least we could just have miniatures here and not have to worry about them having to get here. Now, speaking of physical miniatures getting here, oh gosh, Conquest Miniatures, they are sending me some stuff. It's a huge surprise. It's more cavalry. A couple of cavalry units for, yeah, one for 100 Kingdoms, and then there is the Cataphracts unit for, oh gosh, what the heck are they called again? Old Dominion. And that's a Cataphract unit, and then a Cataphract hero, whatever he is. Yeah, Arathu, well, that's where you might need some great eagles. And of course, he says, "Are you serious? Do I look like a carrier pigeon to you? Seriously, dude, man, I've been around for thousands of years. You throw a mailbag on me, I will end you." That's a very grumpy Gwahir right there. which which now makes me want to do. Somehow I want to do a scenario for Middle Earth strategy battle game where you have an eagle that has a ring around his leg, and he. I guess you'd have to have him as part of maybe Radagast the Brown. Let's see, what is that called? Not the Last Alliance. What was the what's the legendary legion that has the eagles and also Radagast the Brown? Misty Mount. Oh, I think it's the Misty Mountains or something like that. I think it's that alliance. Hey, Varl B. Welcome back, Varl B. Hope that you're doing well. Jeez, I think it's been a week or two. Hopefully you had a chance to see the wolf. So Varl B, there was also a lot of crazy puppet shows when we were painting that wolf Thursday night. Yeah, it was Thursday night. Who would have known that a wolf would be very interested in a stick? Oh, actually, there's more water over here. Look at this. See that? Now, of course, I guess we'll try and throw a little bit of our indigo back there. Thank you so much, Grundy. Appreciate that. Is that the start of a Blitzkrieg? We already did have one here. Thank you so much, Grundy. Really appreciate you being here, as always. And hey, Grundy, if you could do me a favor and also put your links in to your Instagram there so people can see what's possible with the oil paints. I know you did that earlier, but if you could do that one more time, that would be fabulous. So here I'm just going to try and do a little bit of something there on that water, because what I would really like to do is just break out the well, I guess I could try the my simple clear and the 405 light and see what the heck happens. So everybody, please check out Grumsy's Instagram link there and see again the amazing work by Grumdy, and that's all done with the oil paints. So please go check that out. I might. Oh, what the heck! I don't really want to get this lighter blue, but I guess we should do that. So Var will be the silly Marillion just always entertains, right? There's always entertaining moments with the silly Marillion. And of course the cast of characters just keeps expanding. Just keeps growing bigger and bigger. In some cases, literally bigger, right? Like our Gandalf here, but and I guess we're going to have to do another Hobbiton painting since, well, that one went off to a different forever home. So we're going to try and do another, maybe this Thursday, who knows. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that so much. Well, Var will be, oh, that's right. Bithron's not here to do the clips. That's right. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, usually Bithron is he's here and he's really nice about doing those clips. So I'll take some of our little episodes of the Silly Marillion and he will do a clip of those so that they are enshrined forever, immortally. But actually, Var will be, let's put it this way, I think you'll probably see we're finally just now getting into the fast matte white. Seriously, 2 hours 23 minutes in, we're finally actually touching the fast matte white. But don't be surprised, because Gua here is always he's griping about something. He is very grumpy, so don't be surprised if you see him again. And he'll probably have something else that he's going to be griping about. As the grumpiest, well, actually, check that Elrond. Well, he was the grumpiest elf in all of Middle-earth. Because Gandalf and all of his freaky friends keep just dropping by. Can you imagine the mess that they leave behind in Rivendell after a couple of raves with all that pipe weed? Holy smokes! I think uh, I think not even the orcs want to mess around in Rivendell anymore because they just don't want to run into that Gandalf crowd. So Grand Oracle, that was a 3D print from, I almost said Make It Epic. That's a 3D print from The Printing Goes Ever On. He actually did a set of 3 different eagles. And the nice thing, well, the 2 other poses were more of a standard eagle type of pose, where they got the wings outstretched and all that kind of stuff. They're either landing on something or pouncing on something. What I really love about that one is that it's very handy for actually playing games of Middle-earth strategy battle game, because eagles, well, huge surprise, they don't have missile weapons. So they have to, well, bite things and claw things. And that can really be difficult if they've got those wings spreading out all over the place. So Printing Goes Ever On in this wisdom created some a pose like that, which looks great, right? Looks really good, and also makes it way easier to deal with on the battlefield. Thank you so much, Varlb. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, it was, I don't know how many months ago it was. It could have been last year, like early last year. It was also a loyalty reward. I swear that was something like a 6 or a 9 month loyalty reward at one point. So it could also be in your loyalty rewards if you've been around that long with the Printing Goes Ever On. I know it was a loyalty reward. I just couldn't tell you how long ago that was or what the duration was. So okay, that's looking a little bit more 3-dimensional there. Thank you so much, Varlb. Appreciate that 9 months worth of subbing. Thank you so much. Now, let's see, what was some of the latest stuff that I printed out from Printing Goes Ever On? That would be 2 of the Great Beast of Golgoroth. He actually did a 3rd one. I don't think I printed out the newest Fell Beast, though. I think he also did another Fell Beast. I have to get that one printed out. He also did a catapult. I've got to get the catapult printed out for, obviously, for Mordor and for Isengard. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle. Wow, that goes back a ways. So, yeah, you should have. They should just be part of one of the regular releases, and then no doubt about it, you'll also have them as a loyalty reward. Because Grand Oracle, wasn't that when he first started doing the customizer? I swear, the basically Mines of Moria. I think that's where he started doing the customizer thing too. Could be wrong, but actually we had him in chat. Oh, you know what? I should, when I can get those Great Beasts of Golgoroth all prepped and ready to go, maybe I should tell him, hey, if you want to be in the chat, we were hoping to paint those on stream. You know what? No, I'm gonna say that's definitely not water. That's also some stone there. So again, that's the Printing Goes Ever On. I will say, of all of the Lord of the Rings 3D sculptors, sometimes that can be the most stylized. But he does that for a reason, because he does not want to run afoul of the black helicopters of a certain Shmeem Shmirk Shop company. Diwali has the opposite approach. Diwali's like, come and get me. And their stuff looks an awful lot. They're Numenorians. Actually, Grand Oracle, have you seen the Numenorians from Diwali this month? They are pretty darn close. Oh gosh, now which elves were they? Of course, he's done, I want to say, at least 4 different versions of the elves, which at first was neat, but I wasn't sure what I could do. But then we want to do the 12 Houses of Gondolin. Suddenly, that was really handy. So it was kind of neat to have some variety, but now I'm really glad. Because, well, some of them are definitely going to be Galadrim, although it was either Kurzluk, Medberry, and or Davali that did some, well, really, really, really close to Galadrim Knights. Alright, so look at that. That really changed our base. Now, of course, let's not forget foliage will be added, and of course here we're going to do some water effects there. So Varro B, it's actually, I think they would call it a 32. Now I know Titan Forge has a very specific 32 and 28 millimeter range within all of their stuff, but I'm gonna say that they figure 32 millimeter is their scale for infantry. So you can see that's kind of their standard size infantry fig, and the Kirin here, they're just well, sort of a monstrous mount. Actually, I don't think that Lost Kingdoms does any 72 mil stuff. Not that you couldn't, make it bigger, right? Make it 72 mil. Again, for the most part, Lost Kingdom supports. I tried printing out all of that. I made the mistake of printing out all that, well, Tomb King stuff using their supports. That didn't go so well. I should have just done my own. I just didn't have the time. I hoped I could get away with it. Not so much. Now, it's their infantry size is kind of on the larger size, just like Titan Forge. Right, so this about the same size as a Titan Forge here, but that's Titan Forge has 32 and then also has the 28s. Now, we were talking about this last night, so the Archvillain stuff, their infantry is going to be tiny, almost 25 millimeter scale. That's so that their monsters and monstrous infantry don't get gigantic. So then, yeah, just so you know, I found out the hard way that it looks big when you see the STO files, and it looks big on the renders. The actual prints themselves are not so gigantic. Arathu, well, I guess if you had to use the bathroom, though, well, it would turn yellow for a second, but otherwise nobody would notice, right? So you wouldn't need the proverbial 2-liter bottle or something like that of a particular type of soda that you would use to hide that fact. Hey, Thranuel, how you doing? So, Thranuel, hopefully you're feeling okay there. I know that you've had some stressful things there. Now, if we just do a little bit extra light there on those branchy things, we'll do the same on this side. So we're doing another one of these Kirin Thranuel. This time, though, I used the not Fanchon Red, otherwise known as our Naphthol Red, and it did have some more staining. Of course, it looks exactly the same, ultimately, as our Fanchon Red, which is nifty. Love me the Fanchon Red, but I think it costs twice as much as the Naphthol Red. So, for folks looking to save a little bit of coin, I'm gonna just double check here. I know that the Naphthol Red is a Series 2, and I'm pretty sure that the Fanchon Red is a Series 3 or 4. Okay, so it's Series 4, makes it twice as expensive. Again, it may not matter, but for folks that it might make the difference between being able to get one or two more of the Radiant colors or something. That's a big deal. That's important. So again, you could probably save or spend half as much on the Naphthol Red, get something very similar. Groovy, nice to see you again. Groovy boy, it's been a long time. I hope that you're doing well. Great to see you again. Boy, Groovy. And now sometimes they change. This is something that'll chap your hide just a little bit. Uh, in particular, I think Kurzlook might be the one that's changed sometimes in size the most, because initially their stuff was ginormous. It was huge, and I would have to reduce it like 7% or something, almost 10%. Then it's almost like he said, "Oh my gosh, that stuff is too big," and then he went in the opposite direction. So all of a sudden now all my Kurzlook stuff looks tiny. Diwali, I want to say they went through a little bit of up and down in their sizes. Medbury is pretty consistent. Now, of course, those are only important because they need to scale up with the Lord of the Rings stuff. If I've got an arch-villain army, or like the Lost Kingdom's big hat dwarves that I did, I don't care. They don't need to match up to anything else. But if my Medbury dwarves are towering over my Numenorians, that's going to be an issue. Like you say, Groovy, it's going to be an issue, right? You know what? I should get me a little bit of magenta onto the floral arrangements here. Look at this. We got radiant magenta sitting right over here. So that these are going to go a little bit better with our armored wolf flower and grass tufts. Again, the armored wolf Etsy page. It's also where you get the fabulous crushed glass snow effect. You want realistic snow effects, that's the thing you're going to want to use. Oh, and some warp spiders. Oh boy, Groovy. Jeez, I wish I could remember the name of who it was, but I did get some Eldar figures. They might have had some of the like Otarks or Autarks and Swooping Hawks and Scorpion and other things, but this was just your basic Eldar infantry. They did have male and female versions, which was interesting. I did print those out, but boy, I haven't had a chance to actually put all the pieces together of them and see how do they match up to, say, an actual GW Eldar. So those were pretty good. I'm sure there's other files, other Eldar files in that range. I just couldn't tell you what it is right now. It's been too long. Well, the spiders are going to take some file bashing. Now, of course, it would be fantastic to be able to spontaneously learn something like Blender or Mesh Mixer overnight, and maybe be able to make some adjustments to those files. I do not have that ability, so sadly. Oh, look at this. See, we're getting here. Let me zoom in. Let me zoom into this for you here. There we go. Remember we were talking about violet or something? Well, here, how's about some magenta? Red versus green, those are not so opposite colors. However, we have more of a turquoise and more of a magenta. So technically still a red versus green, but kind of a toned down version of that. Also, a little bit of this magenta here. It starts to bring some of our Kirin up onto our character here. So Thranduil, no idea on the Chimera. It kind of depends on how it fits on screen. It may end up being a tutorial video. It kind of depends on if I can get some other parts of it printed out. So I might paint it first on stream and then actually do it as a tutorial video, or it could be the other way around. It really depends, again, on how it looks on screen, because I haven't had a chance to do a vehicle video in a long time. So it might end up being a Patreon thing, which, well, no big deal, right? You'll be able to see that. Hey, Tellies. Oh, has Varlby lost to Etsy order? Oh, yeah, that's right, Varlby. Let's see, they've kind of alternated between rail, between post office, between the health sector there. So there's been all kinds of, shall we say, industrial actions being taken. So Tellies, welcome back. See, I told you we'd still be here when you guys got back from the game store. Hopefully that was a fun trip. I'm sure everybody ended up with something that they didn't necessarily need to get before they went there, but it's a trip to the game store. It's almost a prerequisite to get something that maybe I didn't need it, but you need it, right? Yeah, MTOAs, that was something that I thought could be very helpful for some of those terrain pieces that right now are way too gigantic for me to be able to print out. I could maybe cut them into some smaller stuff, or at least just the parts where I could take the rest of them, cut parts of them out, print those, and then use foam for those other parts there to fill them out. Well, Varlby, sorry that you didn't get a chance to do that as that present there. Now, I don't know what kind of shipping arrangements Lethal Shadows Gaming has, but I see we're adding a little bit more of our same magenta stuff there. We're starting to add that to our Kirin over here. This eye, you know what? I might actually throw some. There we go. I'll just throw some of that over here on the eye. More on his head. Some of that magenta on the ear. That's actually not flowers down there. That's actually some kind of a fungus. Oh, you know what? I bet you these Kirin are from the Fungus People army. Yeah. Because Lost Kingdoms, they did a release where, seriously, they were basically mushroom people. And I think this is from that release. I would have to go back and look, obviously. I mean, maybe somebody else who's also part of Lost Kingdoms can do that for us. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this might have been from that. And I would love to print those out. But once again, well, I don't even know if I have the unsupported ones. Hopefully I still have the unsupported files, because that's another thing with some of these 3D printing guys. Okay, that's cool. That's great, Varlby. Now, for whatever reason, Lost Kingdoms has a tendency to just, well, if you don't download the files that month, it's like then you can never get them again. Or if you've downloaded them and then you've lost them, there's no way to recover them, which is unfortunate. Now, of course, Diwali is also not the easiest one either, but they actually send you an email with a backup location. Medbury, Printing Goes There, even Printing Goes Ever On now also has theirs on My Mini Factory. So does Archvillain, Highland Miniatures. And of course, we like Highland Miniatures too. Now, I might try to print some of their goblins, because that could be interesting. Very classic looking goblins. We're just going to do that as a little bit of a blending brush there. And we've already used Highland Miniatures for an army painting series. Some classic Empire-ish horses there. So obviously a lot of non-metallic metal. Groovy, that's it's weird. Of all of the ones that I follow, the annoyance factor might be highest with Lost Kingdom. the just the reason why I stay with them is that they do the most unique stuff. Mini Monster Mayhem is a good one, and doesn't have quite the issues that Lost Kingdom does. There's an awful lot of theirs that I end up not printing, at least not right away. But theirs is also another unique type of sculpting, or the subjects that they do. Now, of course, my primary focus will always be on the Lord of the Rings sculptors. Yeah, Medbury printing goes over on Kurzlook, Diwali. And our latest army painting series was, in fact, Kurzlook Miniatures, their Army of the Dead. So we have a little bit of magenta there. See how that turns that? Instead of this warmer red, I'm using that magenta. So we have a little bit of a temperature change here. Warm there, cooler there, even though they're both kind of in the family of red. Also, too, you can see that I'm just using pretty much straight up radiant magenta there, and it's just mixing with the color that's already there. That's just what makes the oil so darn efficient to use, right? So efficient because I just take this magenta here and just gonna let that mix into some of these. You want to have color difference instead of guessing, well, do I mix this with that or mix this with whatever? No need. No need to even bother. Now here, see that stuff, I might just go darker there. Boy, Landrast, would you say that they did the Bretonians like the month before I actually subscribed to them? I could swear that was like the month before, or the month release before I did mine, I guess. Now this is a little bit of brown matter here, and it's almost a bit of a pin line wash. It is really close to that. Oh, so it was a Kickstarter, okay. Now, Landras, the Chaos Dwarves that they did, I swear that might have been part of that Kickstarter, or they either did part of it as a Kickstarter and then did some more releases on it. I think it was maybe just multiple releases or something, because I only have the one release. I had to get all the Taurus files and the Bull Centaurs. They were worth it, though. They were definitely worth it. Now, here again, we're going to just get some of our dark in here. Now that, I think we should make that magenta. Yeah, let's have some magenta going on up here, if we can. Geez, spilled paint pot. Sorry that it's so late. Yeah, it's after midnight here, too. So, spilled paint pot, I appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging around with us. And of course, you can, all these past sessions we were talking about here, they're all right there. You should be able to find those as highlights. And hopefully there's some more good information on all those for you. Kind of like a YouTube channel. And if it makes anything easier, well, we want to do that, right? We want to make painting more fun and less like work. Because we all have to do work. We don't need our fun thing to also be like work. So you have a good one there, Spill Paint Pot. And of course, well, you know what? There's these are mighty handy. All right, they don't spill. They get a little bit messy on the top part, of course, but at least not really in terms of waste. Oh, look at that! See that magenta right there? Let me see if I can put some of that on these little flowers over here. I might. There's almost a part of me that is almost inclined to take some Armored Wolf's flower tufts and put them up there around her hair to match the flower tufts that we're going to be putting on the bases there. Now, thank you so much, Spill Paint Pot. Really appreciate that. Oh, gee whiz. How's about we get some of that magenta down here? Now, of course, we painted one or two flowers on these, right, on our Marines here. We had a blast doing those tower shields. I think this one was the largest one. This actually was a 3-video series where we did the conversion of it, the basing, and then the painting, and of course, again, lots of flowers on there. Those were a blast. I have to do some more of those. Ah, boy, that really makes a difference here. I mean, I didn't mind the purple-ish color there. But yeah, that's much better. Now, I think the other thing, too, I've got to come back in here with some darks in the center of those. Gosh, I didn't want them to look like magenta daisies, but they're going to kind of have to look like magenta daisies. Such as it is. Alright, we're doing that. Here, let's get some Egyptian violet. Why not? That is one strong, powerful color right there. That makes sense. I mean, we could have gone with something lighter. I don't know. Maybe I changed my mind. Maybe I put some kind of weird light yellow something on top of that. But for now, it kind of needed something like that. Oof, that's way too dark there. I'm almost inclined to take this. Pinline wash time. A couple spots. Like up here, for sure. But all I can do is just touch the brush to this. If I try and manipulate it like I do, say, an acrylic glaze, it's not going to work out well. It's a big difference. And this is the same sort of pinline wash that you would see people doing on vehicles. And guess what? We've done lots and lots of vehicles. We have some more that we're going to be doing. Even some bolt action vehicles now. And again, here plenty of pinline washes on this. That same company that does the French stuff, they also have these Camarettos. And then, of course, well, we did that here on our T-3485. We also painted up the tank riders with the oils, too. Again, start to finish with the oils, of course. Now, these things. Wow, there we are. Now those are starting to stand out, and then we're just going to let that set. It is not going to dry. Looks all super shiny right now. Give it 15 minutes, it'll look like it's practically dry. It won't be. Ooh, gee whiz. Yeah, how's about we get this flower that's in her hand? That would be good. And we're not even 3 hours in yet. Not even 3 hours in. I'm even going to put, oh, look at that, a bit of a pinline wash type thing there with our eyes. A little bit of a eyeshadow, I suppose. There we go. Some darker red around that. And then we'll try to get some more light there around the feet. Here's that brown matter and a little chaser of Indian yellow. Ooh, that's intense. It's going to go into a couple areas here too, because we have a lot of green. This is more of an amber type of a color here. It's actually the second pinline wash that we've done on those leaves. I'm going to say those are leaves and not feathers. Ah, there we go. So that also takes that away from the green slightly. It's not just about making things darker, it can tint things. What we also want to do again is put that there, leave it there, let it set. Plenty of other areas to work. I always advise folks with the oils to be working on multiple figures. Now, if you don't have the option of maybe working on multiple figures at once, you could work on that figure, maybe base something else or prep other figures. Even if it's just for 15-20 minutes, let that paint set there, then come back to it. Now this is more the brown matter, and I think you can see how that magenta starts to stand out there a little bit more. We've got our blue there. We'll use this on the hair as well, I think. Essentially, again, just a pin line wash. It's changing up the color a little bit still. Leaves some of our green intact, which is nice. That's some of that perline black that we did there as our initial pre-glaze. If you were to look at what this thing looked like, oh boy, about 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, looked like one heck of a mess. Adding a little bit more of our brown there. There's some nice variety in that. But now we got to leave that alone. Say, you know what? We're not going to work there anymore. We got plenty of other places where we can do things. Now, what about our flowers down there? We were talking about that yellow. Oh, how about orange? Well, yellowish orange. How's about this? That's awful thick. Part of it, the reason it is. What did we just do there? We just did a pin line wash there. Yep, okay. Does a couple of things. It brings some of the orange of the Kirin down to our flowers here, down onto the base. They'll look a little bit less like weird magenta daisies. Also a plus. And just the right amount of thinner, not too much. There was that would have just run all over the place. Now, got this crazy brown right here. Keep forgetting about these roots. That one goes all the way down here. So I thought that was a tree root there. Instead, that was water. Again, we'll hit this with our water effects after this is dry. Now, of course, again, we mentioned the fact that the red is one of those colors that just takes longer to dry. Phthalo green, phthalo blue, those are also in that slower drying category. Look at this. So see how that's darker there? But look at, there's also white light paint on the brush. That's why these were turning lighter. See, we'll do the same thing here. So it actually gets lighter as that root comes down. Marbleizing, that's what they used to call that on the brush back in the day, where you quite literally had multiple colors in the same brush, and depending on how you held the brush or pushed the brush, you would get different colors onto your surface. Hey there, Elite. Nice to see you again. So Elite, this one was this is certainly a challenge right here, no doubt about it. Again, it was originally supposed to be a series of videos on the Patreon page, but I needed something that I could paint up today, and there was no time to get anything else prepped, so we'll have to accept the challenge of painting this very tall thing on stream. Not sure, well, I guess we can. I think we'll be able to maybe make our usual thumbnails. Now, the eyes here. Actually, I'm going to switch gears and go to this yellowish orange here, and then we'll get some darks around the eyes too. Yellowish orange instead of the magenta that's there. Do the same on the other side. Yeah, we got that turquoise in there. That's not going to stand out very much. I could either go with indigo or the violet. Well, we could do both. Indigo, violet. So there's both of them together. Oof, that is a nice, rich, dark color. And try and get back into some really rich darks here on the face of our Kirin. And hopefully that's how that's pronounced. I'm guessing that it is. We're also going to have to get some of this dark here in all the, well, the red hair, I guess if you want to call it that. So again, there's some thinner on this, but not so much that it turns into a pin line wash. Sometimes you just have to be patient. You don't want to be a hasty little hobbit. That was one of our Book of Wapple sayings too, I think. He who makes haste with oil shall yield only mud. You want to be making mud in a hurry. Be in a hurry. It's understandable why sometimes folks get a little bit out over the skis, because it's really fun. They're doing all kinds of blending and things they've never really had a chance to do before. Gets all exciting. And then the next thing you know, there's a wee bit too much paint all of a sudden on that miniature. And then things start to go south a little bit. Speaking of pin line wash, there we go. I'm just taking some of my Egyptian violet and doing that. I don't care. Whatever. Here, let's do some on that hoof too. More of our indigo violet. What about on some of these? How dark are some of those? Yeah, that's... Some of those have a decent amount of dark. So, okay, there's our indigo violet again. Let me see if I can darken up some of these scales here. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So thank you so much, German Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. If you do the army painter thing, that basically gives you every single video that I've ever filmed for the last 10 years. Yeah, now that we're in 2023, yep, 10 years. 10 years worth of videos. And they're not all oil paints. Even to this day, I have to say that the majority of the videos are actually acrylics. If we're getting close to a tipping point, I think, but I'd still say the preponderance of videos would be acrylic. Oh yeah, there's that actual smidge of dark right there. Again, we're taking the indigo, some of the indigo, some of our Egyptian violet together to really strengthen the darks on this. So something like this, it's a complex sculpt. I want to say that is about a is that an 80 millimeter long base? Is it 80 by 50? It's almost like an 80 by 50 or 90 by 50 or something like that. This is not a small figure by any stretch of the imagination. It's got this thing sitting up on top of it. Yet 3 hours in, it looks like we've been able to get quite a bit done on this, and It's the advantage of the oils. I'm just going to darken up the hair a little bit more here. I think that will frame that face a little bit better. So the violet, kind of taking what's here on the figure, right, bringing that out onto our character. Let's see if I can also darken up some of these things here. Not too much thinner, because a pin line wash and on these things would be really bad. It's going to wipe out all of that lighter pin line wash that we did on the underside, or in between our scales here. I'm just going to guess that Kirin are not meant to be, well, like seahorses or something. Now, some of them had, when I was looking at my references, some of them had more fish-like tails than others. That's no doubt. Once again, strengthening the dark there. Also, I'm going to go back to my red and the violet here. And let's strengthen up a couple of these, because we're sort of piling highlights on top of middle tones. I mean, love us some middle tones here. We love our middle tones, but sometimes we, see, went a little bit more dramatic there with our dark. That helps. Well, let's complete that line. There we are. And that's actually about 3/4 here. I'm going to see if I can split that up. We need to do the same over here too. So yeah, Thranduil, it was very tricky getting this thing to stand on there. I basically had to have a nice blob of green stuff. I mean, there was sort of a place for it to stand there as far as the sculpt goes, but for something that's supposed to go there, it wasn't terribly obvious exactly where. I had to keep looking at the picture of that over and over again. And then still kind of say, well, I guess it goes here. Now, what about the hooves down here? Okay, those are relatively dark. That's good. Can you see back here? Sort of. There's just a couple of edges I'm going to take out here, or take on here. Let's get these darks right there. I think there's at least 3 poses of these. There might have been a 4th one. This is the only one that has, well, somebody standing on top of it. There's at least 2 other poses. This one and one more, or maybe that one and 2 other ones. I think I actually have one of those other poses printed up. And again, I could be wrong, but I do think this is the one that, or the release that also has the mushroom people. Could be wrong. You know what? I'm going to throw these just dark over here. And I might try to, I'm going to try and get some light down in here, because that's not terribly interesting. And I'm looking at that, and there's a lot of light there. So we're going to basically have to do almost like a pin line wash again. That's the radiant green and the brilliant yellow pale. Jess is definitely shaped differently on this one than on her other one. So I can't even see what the shapes necessarily are here, which is why I'm just kind of letting the The pin line wash determine where the heck it's gonna go. So it's doing its own thing, whatever. Let's see. Yeah, Thranuel, well, you saw the wolf. Yeah, you saw the wolf one being painted, and you saw just how critical all that edge contrast was. Now here, I would say this is really more of a color contrast thing here, but there's still some edge contrast going on. Still important. With all the reds, the violets, the blues, and then the greens, right? And there was some of that down here too, but boy, having the green in there as well. Okay, now I feel like I can actually see the eye there. That's good. This one too. Just had to make some adjustments to it. I don't know how much. We'll leave the water for right now. Yeah, I got this yellow over here. I just was tempted to hit these things, but that might actually make them too light. I don't know if I really want them to be quite so light. The skin tone's pretty light. Well, I don't know. Let me see what happens with our brown matter. A little bit of the violet here. Let me get some of that junk off the brush. Ah, there we are. Thranuel, it's always, well, they're doing the color charts kind of helps too, because there you have some physical representations of those colors, and then you can kind of have the color charts next to each other, and then you can start to infer what they kind of look like in the actual situation. But those two elements, warm versus cool, saturated versus unsaturated. Now, it's pretty easy to tell which colors are saturated versus unsaturated. Sometimes it may not be as clear, maybe what would be a cooler color versus a warmer color. Ah, there we go. So that's just enough to get some shape there. Let me see if I can get some darks in the feet. In between these tiny little toes here. Oh, and here too. Might even throw a little bit of the darker green there. What about up here on the skin tone? That almost, it's like a weird grayish turquoise. Where's my, there's some of my radiant green. I kind of like the idea that that skin tone's not too light there on the shoulder. Let me see if I can get just a bit more light color there on that shoulder, and then we'll certainly, I think, make use of our blending brush here. Yeah, that was all just a little too dark. Okay, let me see if I can find something that could practically be a micro blending brush here. Let me see if I can get a paper towel here and really loosen up this brush. Also, make sure that's nice and dry. So we slapped some of the color on there. We're just going to take this and do a little bit of tap, tap, tap here to spread there. I see there's a big old hard edge right there. Let's get rid of some of that. Alright, Sarge, I know it's late there for you. And here, of course, is hoping that you get to do your paint day there. So, Sarge, thanks again for being here. Thanks again for the bits and everything. Appreciate that. And here's hoping you have a lot of fun tomorrow doing some hobby stuff. Success with your more of your Witch King stuff. Okay, there we go. So that's now here. I'm just maybe I have to redo the paint on the end of that little branch there, but whatever, right? It was just mostly radiant green with a little bit of lighter color. So if I need to redo that part, that's okay. That's no big deal. Going to get me some action in the hair. Little something on the. I'm guessing these are antlers of some kind. I could be wrong about that. Do I want to go back to this yellow here? Because I ended up taking some of that away. I don't know. Maybe we could have some of that up here, and then maybe take our fast matte white and tone that yellowish down. I need something up there, not just lighter. I'm gonna go with brilliant yellow pale instead of the fast matte here. Get a little bit more of my thinner out here. So brilliant yellow pale. That covers quite a bit. All right, now let me do these guys up here. So it takes us some of the yellow away from those. And maybe we'll see if we can't also get some light here on these horns, antlers, whatever the heck they might be. There's some viney things on them as well. Thranduil, what's funny is with horns, which way are you going to do? Are you going to have the darker area be kind of where the horn originates, or are you going to have the darker colors on the ends of the horns? I sort of like them either way, but you're going to have to choose one way or the other. And, well, like, I think, well, for all intents and purposes, these are horns or antlers, so they're darker here, lighter on the ends. Same thing, darker here, lighter on the end. Sometimes it's fun, though, to have them reversed, especially where it's really clear where the horn or antler or whatever originates. Sometimes that's sort of a fun difference to have. Which is interesting, Thranduil, because on that Chaos Dwarf army, well, guess what? There's tons of horns. There's not just the horns on all the big hats. There's bull centaurs. There's the great Taurus. There's the not so great Taurus. So there's a whole bunch of horns that are going to have to be painted. So I think you'll get your fill of seeing a horn. And maybe I try and paint those either way. Some of them going dark at the origin point, light to the end, and then some of them the other way around. So yeah, I think you're going to be seeing plenty of horns in that Chaos Dwarf series. Again, I wish that I could have started with that already, but just once this latest thing came up at the very end of December, literally as January began, that blew up all of my work time. Maybe that's too late. Yep, tone that down a little bit. I'm glad, Thranduil. Really glad now I would really like for my Chaos Dwarf series to begin filming on Sunday. Again, that's the goal, but so many times things have happened to prevent goals from being achieved here lately. I'm going to come back with the magenta here. Again, that's mostly the radiant magenta. So we did our pin line washes in here. Now I can come back with my lighter magenta in a few areas here. Get some of those petals going. Yeah, see that all is just mostly dark back there. Boy, that really changes with a couple of touches of our radiant magenta. And Thranduil, the basing for the Chaos Dwarves. It's been a long time since I just had basically the flat white Sculpey and then painted designs on it. So that's, I was originally going to do a different type of basing for it, and I thought, well, I actually want to save that for a different army. And I thought, why not actually do some nice freehand basing? We haven't done those in a while. Not since pretty much the Thousand Suns series. Now, more of this lighter magenta here. These should really be more of a greenish color, shouldn't they? Here, let me go with the, looks like a lighter turquoise here. Oh, let's get some lighter skin tone here on that neck. And I'm gonna, maybe we'll just have the eyes being closed. Oh, holy smokes. Now let's get some of our magenta on that flower that she's holding there. Minor detail. So like always, Thranduil, it starts out with a basing video. There's going to be an awful lot of painting potentially on that basing video. Because, yeah, we're not just going to be making the bases. We'll have to also get those painted up. Magenta here. And then, of course, the second episode of every series is always the color test video. Those can sometimes be tricky, especially in cases where we're not quite exactly sure what we wanted to do color scheme-wise. I can throw in some more of my lighter magenta out there. Not sure if that's supposed to be a flower or not. Now that needs to be more of our green. Let me take the fast matte and we'll mix that with our radiant green here, and that'll be for, we want those to be leaves, I think, not feathers, although I guess they could be feathers. Yeah, okay. Want to go too light necessarily here, though. Guess we could put some of that on those leaves as well. There. Yeah, sometimes there's army painting series where I know long before I ever started what I wanted to do with it. Well, like the Dol Amroth series, my Harad series for the most part, even the Minas Tirith stuff that I'll be doing. But for the Chaos Dwarves here, I think we're going to try and, as best as we can, do some kind of bronze armor. Let's not lose this. We don't want to lose that nice little shadow stuff there, down in the recesses. As much as I like that dark indigo out there, let me see if I can't take ultramarine and our fast matte white. Let me see what this does. This may not do anything. It might look weird, or it might be a nice little addition out here. Because it can't be just that dark out on the end. Now, of course, printing something like this in the simple gray resin, boy, would have been a lot easier to not snap off all of these things. There's. Should this be darker? Let's try it. Let me try some Van Dyke brown here. Not really a pinline wash though. I'm just going to try to really stoke some darks down in here. Again, that's basically Van Dyke brown. Some more of that on these little, well, horns, whatever the heck these things. They look more like tree branches, but I guess they're supposed to be horns or antlers or whatever. Boy, paint liquor, there's so many times on my videos where I'll just kind of lose my mind a little bit and I'll keep referring to them as leaves when they're clearly feathers, and vice versa. I'll just, for whatever, I think it's because in my head I'm like, don't call him a leaf, don't call him a leaf, and then of course, huge surprise, I just keep calling it a leaf over and over and over again. Look at this, and I can see that we have to get our lightest lights there on the scales. We haven't done that yet. We'll see if we can give that a try now. I want to say mostly brilliant yellow pale. Brilliant yellow pale here. We do have our radiant green in the neighborhood. See, okay, let's just try that little mix there. See what that's gonna do. Is that gonna be light enough right here? Oh yeah, that's, well, I have to say that's about as light as we really want to go with that. Yeah. And we don't want to do too much of it. So we have to really figure, okay, what is too far wandering over here with these little highlights. Now, of course, this is different because he's standing up on his hind legs here. So I think that'll means I have to get a little bit more of the light color down here. Oh, thanks, AD. Thanks, AD. Oh, and AD, of course, if you wanted to post your link there, your Instagram link. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow too. I think I forgot to ask you that earlier there, AD, so my apologies. This thing, I knew it was going to be kind of a challenge, that the height of it, right? And trying to get at some of these areas, I knew could be, again, a little bit of a challenge. We need the air. Let's get to the knuckles up here. Oh, there's more of these little crazy squiggly things over here too. Holy smokes. And AD, this particular color scheme here, and you've seen it play out a couple of times, right? The dramatic difference that it makes in the film noir really makes it an outstanding kind of a teaching tool. That also does, it has a factor in what I try to get ready to paint on the streams here. It is stuff that could potentially also have a good educational factor, something that does show up well as a film noir, that sort of thing. And everybody, again, please check out AD's fabulous creations there. Let me take add some of our brown and some of this crazy green in here. So we got a kind of a, almost like an amber-ish color for some of these leaves. Not feathers, but leaves. And then maybe this, whatever that is, I'm guessing that's sort of fur. We need some light there. We have only dark. Yeah, AD, there's some that are okay. There's some that don't really show it too much, and then boy, oh boy, there's some that just punch you in the face with the film noir and beat you over the head and say, film noir, look at this. I think it's stuff that has a lot of reflectivity also, things like stuff that has gold in it. That's not bad either when it comes to the dramatic effect of ye old film noir. Now, I can say that it's a lot easier to do film noir with, say, one of your Logitech style cameras. Yeah, if we were to be streaming with one of those other cameras that were sent this way, it would be much more difficult to do that. Now this right here, oh gosh, let me see if I can get some light on that. Sort of a bit of a yellowish color. Oh, and actually, speaking of Instagram links, I do have the wolf there. It's up on Instagram. I'm gonna try somehow in my video editing software, because we took a whole bunch of pictures because we have the new camera, and I want to see if I can somehow do some sort of time-lapse video with that, and maybe even have some text to go with it that would just be posted up on the YouTube channel somewhere. A little bit more here. This is, again, it's got the brown matter in it. Look at this. I'm not joking here. My hand is most definitely closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. Yet, I'm able to put stuff exactly where I want it to go, right? It's not a problem. None of this death grip on the brush stuff. Especially if you're using the oil paint. How many times have we said if you don't want to have too much paint piled up on that miniature, you best have yourself a really light touch on that brush as well. There's one way to sort of ensure that you have that lighter touch on the brush, and that's to have your hands nowhere near that metal ferrule. I've seen people practically holding the brush like this in their hand, thinking, are they trying to shiv somebody? What the heck is going on with that? That's a unique type of grip on that brush, let me tell you. Just gives me arthritis just looking at it. Now, we never did get our lighter greens down here. I'm not going to do too much with this, because I'm thinking I'll just throw some of my, the same kind of flock that I would put on the base. That's going to go over here on these leaves. And I think we'll do that with that one tree beard figure there. I never actually got the flock on that thing yet. Actually, I think it's almost time to do another quickie basing video with various types of flock. Actually, we'll throw this one in there too. There we go. Yeah, speaking of basing videos. when it comes time to do little water effects and the flowers and such, yeah, we'll use this one too. I've got, I think, about 5 or 6 now at least. And then this one and the tree bird will be more complicated. So yeah, that should make a nice little set of figures to throw some flock and stuff on. Now we did the lighter stuff on this side. We need to do that up here somehow. Ooh, that's going to be a tight squeeze there. That might be a little too light. Let me go back to the Prussian blue and our radiant turquoise. Now let's give this a shot. Okay, there. That's better. That was way too light to begin with. Let's bring this down onto the shoulder here too. Yeah. Gonna try and tone that edge down a little bit, and then these also need to be lighter. First I gotta make them that more of a turquoise type of a tone. Now here we got my light green one more time. Couple of touches of our light there. He's nice. Hoof over there, make that a little lighter. That's got a whole lot of our red in there. We're going to shift it away from that. No, more of our Van Dyke brown to make that grayer. Guess a bit more of the Van Dyke brown to make that grayer, and now we're getting there. That's our lighter greenish color. Yeah, that's a light green right next to all that orangey red. But because it's mixing into that brown and that gray, it's not quite so noticeable. So Thranio, I was not able to get anything but the pre-mixed tile grout. So yeah, I forget which basing video it was. But yeah, I kind of lament that now of course I could have gone into like a Home Depot or Menards or something like that and actually just gotten, I'm sure, just the powder there. But anything that I could find on Amazon was just the pre-mixed variety. That was not what I was wanting, but it's what I ended up with. It worked out pretty well. Smash Rat, how you doing? Sorry that it's been a while for you. There's the usual list of colors. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the Radiant colors. Those have been around for quite a while. Those are from Gamlin. Fanchon Red, I don't want to say it's been replaced by, but an alternative to Fanchon Red is Naphthol Red, and Gamlin has a Naphthol Red. So that is an alternative there, but yeah, I really love the Gamlin Radiant colors. Those do, they do so many different things. We like to say that they have fairy dust in them. Now, well, Thranio, that's fine. I mean, all you'd have to do is just add a little bit of water. And of course, make sure you're also adding glue at the same time. So in effect, the glue forms part of your water. Just think of it as the same as when we're adding well, any other kind of powder, like when we're mixing our paint. So Smash Rat, one thing we have discovered, and of course we knew it all along, but we've been able to really prove it of late, is that Egyptian violet is the king of violets and everything else is just purple. Yeah, Egyptian violet just smashes everything else. I've tried at least 2, if not 3 different diazonine purples or diazonine violets, and it was almost laughable, the comparison between the two of them. So Egyptian violet, that's a pricey one. Like we were talking about, the Fanchon red is about twice as expensive as, say, the naphthol. There may be not that much of a difference in the intensity of the paint, not like, again, the difference between the diazonine and the Egyptian violet. The Egyptian violet is worth the extra cost. And of course, indigo, Terra Rosa, Prussian blue, those are always around. Van Dyke brown, that would be either the Gamlin or the Williamsburg version. As far as the radiants go, there's 9 of them, but if you were going to prioritize, say 3 at a time, I would go with the Radiant Green, Radiant Violet, and Radiant Turquoise to start. Your next batch would probably be Radiant Blue, Radiant Yellow, and Radiant Magenta. That's actually a little fungus stuff down there, isn't it? Now, our little waterfall over there, I don't know, let me get some of this Radiant Turquoise and just whatever. Like I said, we'll hit this with some water effects. Lighten that up since the water's dropping down in there. Boy, I wish I had my waterfall scene. That was a multi-part diorama video where we made the diorama base, we painted the figures on the diorama base, and I did all of the flocking, and then of course the water effects. No problem there, Smash Rat. AD, we joke about it all the time, especially with Green Fairy Studios, that the Radiant colors have some kind of fairy dust in them. I thought maybe it was a lack of linseed oil. Maybe they just don't put that much in there. I even thought maybe there was some alkyds in there, but there's none. So it's hard to say what exactly is about them, but it's also the effect they have on the colors that are mixed with them, and we still have not been able to figure out exactly what in the world is going on, why it's like that. So now Thranduil, as long as you have, well, if you have, say Egyptian violet, and you also have white, well, you basically have a radiant violet. Now, the one thing that's going to happen, though, is that's going to take longer to dry than the radiant violet. Hands down, no doubt about it. You could, now of course the radiant yellow is a nice little substitute for, say, a cadmium yellow light. And of course it works really well when you mix it with the Indian yellow. But yeah, Thranduil, you can, at a certain point, you can. There's only so many that you can have, right? And you'd have to say, okay, look, that would be nice to have, but for right now, we're not going to be doing that one. And I've certainly had to do that many times. Let me see if I can't get me some more of this warmer green over here on this little thing. Looking a little bit too much like brown. Again, I do have the radiant white here. I have not had a chance to use that. That's something I would probably have to test a whole bunch of times before I really gave any sort of a verdict on it. Alright, so I think we've got our... Well, I never even, again, didn't even notice there was a little waterfall there. Oh, just oh, radiant white. Okay. Um, Thranduil. I mean, geez, I haven't even used my fast matte white sorry, my quick dry white in a while. So I know that Halligan likes it. Other people have tried it; they liked it, but I don't, at some point we'll give it a try. Yeah, AD, sorry, I wish I had a some kind of a specific answer for you, but a bunch of us have tried to figure it out, including Green Fairy, who is literally mixing a paint line for himself. He's been mixing uh, pigment powders and stuff for months and months now, and he has some guesses as to what might be going on with the radiant colors, but obviously no way to be sure. And Gamlin, well, he asked because he actually had the chance to, I don't know if you call it Gamlin headquarters or something, or the factory or whatever, but they wouldn't let him find that out. Actually, yeah, Thranduil, you know what? I think I have that too because oh, that was in the Modern Color Starter set. That's right. So I do have that Williamsburg Titanium White. In fact, I probably used that on the color charts. Let me look at the side of his face here. Did we go? Actually, oh, there's a little bit of red in there too. So let's get our not Fanchon red, otherwise known as Naphthol red here. Naphthol red, and let's get some of that on the side of the face here. Also on the other side. Yeah, we need a little bit more of a red down there. We still have an awful lot of the violet here. Let's get some of our red out here onto the scales too, if we can. And then this side of the face, it's in shadow, so we don't want to go too light with our red there. Yeah, Thranduil, they were not forthcoming with that particular information. But whatever it is, there's something, because there's just a little something about those radiant colors. If it were just the color itself, that's different. But think of it like the Naphthol red. Why, price aside, what's the other advantage of it? Is for whatever reason, it seems like that has more of a staining ability than Fanchon red does. Oh, thanks to Gruin. Nice to see you back. DeGruent, now you can go back and check out the first one that we painted. I don't know when that was, but it's certainly saved as a highlight. I'm fairly sure that I did not use the Naphthol red. Sure, I must have been using Fanchon red. So this is a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little bit of indigo mixed in. Bringing in a little bit of dark there. It is also a bit of a color change. Now this, okay, I think I'm going to try going with the dark here instead of lightening that up more. I don't know, let me see what that's going to do here. And we're just taking that mostly indigo. More of that indigo here. I don't know how much more we want to darken this, but I don't want to put any more highlights in that area, so that, well, when in doubt, make things darker, right? And thank you so much, appreciate that. Hey, thanks Paint Liquor. My camera controls were covering up everything but the name. Thank you so much, Paint Liquor, appreciate that. So DeGruin with the two different poses. The light is certainly changing where I'm going to put it there. And yeah, I don't. This has changed a little bit here too. So I haven't been able to get as much of my color variation on that just because of the crazy pose. Thank you so much, Tea Kettle. Appreciate you being here. And everybody, please give Tea Kettle a follow. Yeah, a little bit darker there now. So yeah, and with the poses being a little bit different here, obviously I'm gonna try and get something lighter there, but it does make the horse. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is. There we go. It's a little bit. And there's more of our violet over here for sure. So you can see that's. Oh, actually. Yeah, that's the big difference. More of the violet there, and that's the same. Look at the intensity of this violet right here. So, yeah, that's the Egyptian violet. We're just having a little conversation about that. So this one here, there's a much more of the violet on the legs and such. I kind of needed it because, well, we needed to bring some of this up here in this crazy thing. Oh my goodness. So DeGruin, I hope that you had yourself a really, really fun Saturday. Because, oh, it's 1:13 in the morning here on a Sunday. Yeah, look at that. There's well, so much more of his chest showing here than on the other one. I was wondering what kind of a difference that might make. I'm not going to go any lighter there. Oh, the other one also too, I think I did much more red on the tail. This one here, for whatever reason, I just said, maybe not so much red down on that tail. I know there's one other pose, at least, because I printed that one out. I don't know if there's two more poses. So I'll try and at least get that fourth one ready to go, if or the third one. And if there is a fourth pose, see if I can get that one printed out too. De Gruen, it would be really interesting seeing all of them together, wouldn't it? Side by side by side by side. So De Gruen, we are 3 hours and 52 minutes in. And of course, like always, you know, it's start to finish here, right? From primer to this in less than 4 hours. Yep, 3 hours, 52 minutes. I had hoped to start earlier, but again, it was one of those kind of days. Again, where there's things like all the side effects things happening, so that was called away on many other tasks. And well, last night's stream was also later. There we go. Okay, that's not too bad. Adding in some of this dark here, why not? Like I said, there will be some water effects added to this. Boy, that was so shiny when I first did this, where I just slapped some darker color down in there. So a nice Sunday morning, 8 o'clock there. Oh, De Gruen. Yeah, I didn't even realize this was like a little waterfall in here. I thought that was tree roots, like these roots. And then I saw this over here and I went, that's some really weird shaped rock compared to all this other stuff. And upon closer or further review, yeah, that was water. And I went, well, guess I need to make a change there. But of course, oils make that very easy to do. Took all of about 5 minutes to make that change. Oh yeah, this is another area where I needed to maybe get some of my lighter brown. And here, that's the brown matter, some of the radiant green actually. Yeah, and of course, folks have been really kind, generous, doing lots of cheers and bits and subs. We had a hype train even. I think it was a level 2 hype train. We appreciate the hype trains, of course. This one has certainly been a great example of holding that brush at the very end. Look at this. There is no way I'm getting any paint up here unless I'm holding that brush at the very, 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 very end. Now, I do think that Monday will be okay for a stream. I don't know if it'll be an earlier one. I would much prefer that. Once we get past Monday, not quite sure what effects might have on the streaming time. I'm just trying to get a little bit of the brownish color here. We have a lot of cooler colors on the rocks. Trying to bring in something that's a little bit on the warmer side here. Then I'm going to come back with some darks down in there. Van Dyke brown, maybe some indigo. Up here. You can see we just slapped that stuff on there. Let's take a, well, whatever. We use this as a blending brush, I suppose. A little bit of tap, tap, tap. See that? Just a stripe of darker color. A little tap, tap along the edge. Oh, that's very different. Can just do that all along here. Wait a minute. There we are. I knew I just had that in my hand somewhere. I wonder if that's supposed to also be some water there too. Well, we can just put water effects around it. I could either use my heavy gloss gel, right? That would be probably the first choice, the easiest choice. Could also use the Green Stuff World UV resin stuff. Or I could just use my, my Simple Clear printing resin. And, well, use the same 405 light that I would use with the Green Stuff World resin. I'm convinced it's the same stuff. If it's not, it has to be pretty darn close to it. More, yeah, go a little bit more indigo there. Those flowers there, we'll leave them as is because who knows? The man just getting covered by armored wolf flower does. I was just trying to get him in the same general neighborhood color-wise. I think we did that. Oh, and of course to ruin. Well, here we can. In a little bit, we can do a film noir. These are always really interesting for film noir. Now, I think I'm going to zoom out here a bit. Yeah, we can zoom out. There. Get rid of that little bit of fuzz right there. Some indigo down here. Also, I'll squeeze some of that in over here. So it's, yeah, it's darker, but it's as much about that bluish color. That little bit of blue to make the that red stand out even more. Back to my indigo here to see if I can get some more of my dark right in this. Because I don't want to highlight that anymore. I'm going to try to get a little bit of my dark down in there. Might yeah, maybe we will, if I can, do some lighter green right there because I think that would be, yeah, catching some light here. So we would take our radiant green, some of that brilliant yellow pale, we'll get those together. Not too much thinner though, because that'll, well, we do not want a pin line wash right here. Can you see that? Yeah, looks like the whole thing's in view. I'm putting a little more of the thinner there, but boy, that's getting mighty close to a pin line wash. However, I think we're able to get some of our highlights right along that edge. Yeah, it's a little bit different because of the horse being up on its hind legs. That's going to catch more light there than I originally thought. Boy, De Gruen, it's funny you should mention that because, well, it has a lot to do with the oils too, but just in general trying to save time, quality, saving quality time really. And for me, because this is what I do for a living, well, you would the proverbial phrase "time is money," and it quite literally is, because if it takes you 2 hours or 3 hours to do something, and you're gonna basically get paid the same as if it took you an hour, because you can only charge so much. Well, that's not really good for you. But for folks that don't do this for a living, they also actually need to be able to save some time because, well, that's not their living, right? It's not that much of a priority, so they will obviously get less time to do it. So, ironically enough, it's almost as important, but in a whole different way, like an opposite way. When kind of, thank you so much, Rottweiler. Appreciate this. And Groovy, you have a good night's sleep. It's great to see you back again. I know it's been a wee while, but thank you so much. Everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. So Rottweiler, no no dogs today. Not doing any dogs today, but a weird fish unicorn deer. I don't even know how else to describe it except as a fish unicorn deer. But yeah, DeGruan, that's sometimes people would ask, well, why is it so important for me to save time with the oils or something like that? I don't do this for a living. I say, yeah, well, you get less time to paint than I do. A lot of folks, maybe they get, if they're lucky, an hour or two to paint every day. Usually not even that much. Sometimes they only get an hour or two to paint every week. And when you have that little time, if you can maximize that little bit of time with the oils, not too bad. So we're doing a tournament all day with the space puppies. So Rottweiler, hope it was at least hope it was at least fun. But you did get best painted. Sounds like those cubes with the dots on them were not kind. And of course, well, we know how that goes. Yep, those cubes with the dots on them being very mean to us. I am very familiar with said phenomenon. So again, this is a little bit light right there. Either Bithron. Bithron, there's been some crazy puppet shows. There's been some really wild puppet shows today. Oh my gosh. A lot of Gandalf and a lot of Guahir today. Lots of Guahir appearances. So doing the Yahtzee of Uno. So Rottweiler is an expert in playing the dice version of Uno. Yes. So Bithron, nice to see you again. And of course, Rottweiler, congrats on the best painted. So Rottweiler, oh geez, I don't think you have an Instagram post with pictures of that. But if you have any, say Instagram, Discord things with your army in it from previous, you want to share that. Well, we love our army painting here, don't we, Rottweiler? We sure do. And I once again had to go with the dark there. Couldn't all just be the lighter color. Now that's funny, right, with the heavy stubber thing, because that's the thing I still need to print out for that chimera. Well, for the other chimera, I guess that I'm going to have to print out. I'm just going to throw a little bit more of my light right in there. So yeah, well, that was when I started doing the battle reports, and obviously it was me versus me. People were convinced that absolutely nothing was going to happen because I would roll nothing but ones for both sides. So it would literally be a 3-hour battle report and nothing happened because every single dice roll was a miss or a fail or whatever. And I'll never forget. Oh yeah, someone that they said, well, clearly you wanted the Germans to win because the French did so bad. I said, did you see the dice rolling? They literally there was nothing but sixes on one side, and the other side did nothing but ones. It wasn't like, oh, there was some 3 or 4 scattered in there. No, it was literally nothing but sixes by one side and nothing but ones on the other. Because it was actually the opposite. I was actually trying to get the other side to pull that one through, but rolls are rolls, right, Rottweiler? Yeah, maybe I'll throw a little bit more of my... That's more of the violet there. Not really the magenta, that's more of the violet. So much cooler color than the magenta. And of course, I'm just letting that mix with whatever the heck else is there. I'm also going to zoom in a bit more, like so. You see, yeah, there's some more I could do on those leaves. I don't think I can really make them very much darker. I want to see if I can make them lighter here. I don't know. We've got some of the yellow, some of our radiant green. Maybe this is not going to be light enough. Oh, hey there, Arda Michael. Glad you're still around. So Arda Michael, yeah, there were no printer foibles today. No no resin basically being poured onto a heater that of course was on, causing that wee bit of smoke. That was one of the crazier things ever. I have no idea how that blue funnel, it's a blue plastic funnel, it's designed to keep the paper funnel in place so that it doesn't flop over like it did. Well, there was some ones right there. Yeah, you want to talk about dice rolls of a one in nature. That was certainly several ones right there. Now let me take this brown matter once again over here. Brown matter. Oof, it's got a lot of red to it, but that's okay. That's gonna go over here just like we were doing on the other side. That could probably use some of our light here. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, Bitron, it's a second one. And this one is, this was supposed to be a tutorial video because of, well, this thing standing on top. It's tall enough as it is, just alone. And then you add this thing on top of it. Holy smokes. So here's our first one. Right there. And here's our new Kirin. I'm actually going to try and get some lighter colors in my reds here. Well, out here. That's going to be almost practically radiant yellow at this point. pretty darn close to it. Alright, so radiant yellow. A little bit of my Indian yellow here. Well, it's also got some of my red, but let me see what this here is going to do. Yeah, Bithron, it's Lost Kingdom. Considering that I do believe this is the release that had the fungus people. I mean, they're literally like mushroom people. Uh, this is actually not the weirdest thing in that army. Oh, I think this one might have also had owl bears with no faces. Yeah, seriously, they were basically owl bears, but they had no faces on them at all. No heads, no faces, no nothing. That's almost par for the course for Lost Kingdoms, I guess. It's weird. It's one that I always keep thinking like maybe I could drop the Lost Kingdoms this month, but theirs are actually, as far as sculpts go, they tend to be the most unique. And if I'm looking for something crazy weird to paint on stream, they're big critters, they're big dragons and stuff. Also tend to be kind of more on the unique side. And they're hard to. I guess. Well, Archvillain is always the most realistic of all the digital sculpting, but Lost Kingdoms is kind of there as well. Titan Forge tends to be more. That tends to be a bit more towards the stylized. Now, I actually have. Well, I'm sure it's done now, but I was printing out some more Titan Forge lizard men. So, I don't know. Don't be surprised if you see those if they're relatively easy to put together on a stream. I gotta see what their bases look like. That's right. Holy smokes. Now, let me lighten up. Yeah, we still need to lighten up. Whoa, that's really going to be massively light. I think we need to back off a bit to maybe this level of orange here on this side of the face. And his hair slash mane. Again, not too much of these thinner. And maybe, no, I don't think I'm going to go too much lighter on this because, again, it would be, well, sort of in the shadow of this, of the, do you call that a rider? And the rider's literally just barely touching the mane right here. Oh, that is hilarious. But yeah, that's typical Lost Kingdoms miniatures for you. A little bit more on my lighter red there. Not so much down there. Don't think that's very necessary. This over here, I will try also lighten this. There too. A little more right there. These could possibly use a little more of my lighter yellow. Can these not too much? That's it. What? No, I just can't get in there, so I'm not gonna fool around with that. The brush can barely get in there. It means that you really can't see that. And of course, that's another thing to the, well, sort of the law of diminishing returns. At one point, do you just say, okay, that part of that, it's not really worth fooling around with that anymore? Would you like to have all areas painted super duper duper whatever? Yes, you would. Also, though, would you like to have more than one figure painted in your lifetime? If the answer to that is yes, there are times where you just have to say, perfection is the enemy of completion, and just say that's gonna have to be good enough. I know for some folks that is really difficult. They just want to keep hammering away at that thing, and they're convinced that perfection is somewhere around the corner. Usually they end up being a little bit disappointed because perfection not achieved, but a lot of time spent, and sometimes things maybe went a little sideways as they were trying to push the envelope a little bit too much. So there we go, a couple little extra lights there. That's also going to bring this in line with the other one that had some really intense lights on this mane and stuff. Hey, that land dress. So hopefully the game store was fun, and well, hopefully you're having some fun there too. Yeah, land dress. It's well, I think you could kind of tell that as far as those green stuff world dipping inks are, that the contrast paints are definitely something I would rather have instead. No doubt about it. Now, if the intensity inks did not reactivate, that's where I would go with the green stuff world instead. Inganes, holy smokes. It's been a few weeks. Thank you so much, Inganes. Appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, Inganes, this was one I was going to do as a tutorial video because of this crazy thing sitting on top. But who knows, maybe I might actually do a video where we take this thing. Well, I will be doing another one because I didn't realize this was water down here. So I had to change that. I'm going to do some water effects and some other foliage type things. Oh, so you got a box on sale. Oh, and it's one that you wanted too. Well, Landras, that is definitely a successful day. That's a successful trip to the game store. So Landrest, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the new Conquest figures arrive. Now, I could have sworn they said that parts of that were on back order, and I thought, well, that just meant they wouldn't send it out until they had everything. But who knows? I guess they're going to send the part that that's already here or available. Thank you so much, Inganes. Now, give me a second here. We'll scare up that other one, and we'll have them a little bit of side by side. Just trying to get a couple more lights down here. There we go. Here's our other one. So there's a tale of two Kirins. There you go. So and now this one we definitely used the Naphthol red instead of the, oh gosh, our Fanchon red. Let me just look at the. Okay, that's it is really close, except we did use more of the violet here. Oh yeah, Landith, that was those are the ones you sent me the pictures of, right? And well, it was weird when you typed that. It was like I was reading something that I say all the time, right? Well, when we started doing this, they were just this. And it sounded like your version of me going, well, 3 hours ago there was nothing on this, and you said the same thing in the message. 3 hours ago, there was nothing on these things. Also, NPCs for D&D. Well, you can never have too many of those. Can never have too many NPCs. So yeah, the apparently I don't know if it's all the conquest stuff. Like I said, I could have sworn the thing. I got a message saying some stuff was on back order, but we'll see. Also, too, I've got to get the oh gosh, what is that stuff? Those halflings and some of the other stuff prepped for Kings of War. So you might, if, well, again, I don't know, with the stream schedule be modified somewhat over the next 2 weeks. But that's some of the stuff that I was hoping to actually paint on stream. So that's what I thought you wrote. Yeah, when you started streaming, those were just primer. That doesn't feel too shabby, does it, Bithron? Not at all. Now, where's something I can use as a micro blending brush here? Oh, what the heck? We'll just use one of our regular ones here. So everybody, please check out Rottweiler's Instagram. Rottweiler again doing the tournament today, and of course, Rottweiler's successful in winning the best painted army at the tournament. Given the fact that we have a special love of army painting here, we especially love to see stuff like that. So congrats there, Rottweiler. Oh, Ibithron, thanks for sending the Darth Vader STL things there. There was at least 2 of them. Or was there 3? I know there was 2. There was 2 different choices there. And well, Bithron, you've seen, I'm sure, like, well, I've seen it, with the Legion version of Darth Vader there. Would you say that those STL files look a little bit nicer than that? I don't know. I think the ones that you sent to me, they looked a little bit nicer maybe than the standard one that comes with the Legion. Could be wrong. Maybe it's just the same, but well, printing those out, of course, well, we could print out as many Darth Vaders as we wanted to. So we're looking for some, boy, it's been, I know Landress is going to say, it's been a long time since somebody painted Marvel Crisis Protocol. But hopefully you'll be able to snag. I'm sure there's got to be Rottweiler. Also, you do have them. So what would you say there, Bithron, as far as, does one, would you say those STL file poses are at least a little bit more interesting than, say, the Legion version? What the heck. I'm going to snag some of my fast matte white here. Avoiding the blue that's there. That's their ultramarine blue still sitting there. Down here on the water. See if I can do a couple little sparkly things. And then again, when we put the water effects over the top of this, it won't just make it glossy. It's going to give it a little depth. Because right now, obviously, there's no depth there. So it just looks like, well, painted, whatever. Let me see. I really, boy, Rottweiler, it did seem like it was all the rage. I know at Adepticon last year, that seemed to be quite a thing. You know how it is with game systems, right? Well, like Arena Rex. Does anybody, well, I don't want to say does anybody still play Arena Rex, but is Arena Rex the same as it was when it first came out years ago? It could be. And of course, it'll depend on where you're at. I'm sure there's some places where it's just all the rage, and then there's other places where they say, oh, that was so last week. That was so 2 days ago. Holy smokes. It's tough. It's tough with gaming too. You have to build a community. It's not enough to have a great game with great miniatures. You think that would be, but that is not enough. There's too much out there. Again, I wasn't ever going to play it. I do still hope that I can try and maybe paint up some of the ones that I have. Actually, we had been saving a bunch of them for Kathy to paint on her stream. That didn't quite work out the way we anticipated. Now, Bithron can definitely attest to Marvel Crisis Protocol being played there because Bithron also plays Marvel Crisis Protocol. Oh, hey Bithron, I don't know if you wanted to share some of your painted MCP stuff there in the chat, because I know you've painted up a fair amount of that. You know, I'm going to try and throw a little bit more of the reddish orange stuff here on his tail. Let's do that. Let's do that here. Don't want to lose the texture down there. Also, I don't know how gee whiz. Let me do something here. I'm just gonna take. Oof. Okay, I'm gonna take some of this red here. It's got some of the violet. And I'm just going to try and sneak this brush down in here. So this one all of a sudden is going to start looking a little bit more like the other one. Just by virtue of doing that. So we're still doing the dry brushy thing even after several hours of painting this. And that mixes down there very nicely. Yeah, that was just... There was a whole area there that actually didn't have any paint on there. Now let me take my paper towel here. Let's do this. Let's take some of that paint off of there. Everybody please check out Bithron's link there. Now okay. It's not really terribly orange, but we didn't need it to be super orange. That's okay, there we go. That's just about what I needed there. Again, if I got this death grip on the brush, how in the world am I supposed to sneak this down there? No, what we're going to do is this. Super light touch on that brush. Able to get in all these different areas because look at this here. It's practically at the end of the brush. Oh, and yeah, you can see here how carefully we clean our brushes in between colors, or perhaps not. Just it's not something that is going to be important to me anyways. Other folks, they might want to clean that brush to within inch of its life every single time, and that's fine. Well, whatever's going to make you feel more comfortable, should always do that. Let's see if I can't sneak a little bit more of the orange down there, and that's it. Also on the inside of the legs there just a bit, and then this will be interesting here. That's almost too much of the orange. Back off to the red side. I'm gonna get some of this down here again. We can see more of his belly and chest and stuff. So we need to do a little bit more here, maybe than what we did on the last guy, where you couldn't see any of that. Alright, we'll settle for that. Now, I might throw a little bit more of the light here. Let me look at this guy. No, I'm not really going to do that. Okay. Not going to do that. Doji just popping back in. How you doing there, Doji? So, well, again, well, it's further into Sunday morning for you. Not quite as early Sunday morning as it was before. Boy, Megan. So how are the kids doing? Are they sleeping somewhat, or are they also waking up and demanding that their in-house hospital worker take care of them there? Or are they mostly leaving you alone and you're just it's been a very active week and a half, of course, because you're in your eighth stream today, well, yesterday, I guess you could say. So everybody, please give Megan that follow, because Megan has been doing the streaming stuff, and Megan's been charging along, has been painting lots of miniatures on those streams. Well, Doji, that's well, I guess it's good you didn't go to the bakery then, right? Was that the whole you can't eat within a half an hour of whatever? The urban legend, right? You shouldn't swim after this amount of time eating food. Not really sure that's a real thing, but who knows? Maybe it is. Yeah, Doji, this was the. I think there's more magentas and stuff than there were up there when you last saw. That's probably the biggest, well, especially overall. Oh, let's get some more lights over here too. So it's just the two of you there. Well, good night to both of you. Good night to both of you. I hope that you can get some kind of sleep in here, start to recover a bit. That's about as... I don't think I want to go too much lighter than that. Yeah. What about these guys? Can't do too much more on these either. Let's make sure that's going in the right direction. So you were driving around 25 minutes beforehand, so not going to be a problem. Yeah, Doji, that's just a hilarious kind of the urban legend, right? That I'm sure makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. Any more of our light green here on the feet? I think so. What about up here on the... Oh, you can't see that the horns there. Oh yeah, there's lots of little viney things here. We're gonna try and get some light on those. Again, nice light touch on that brush. It is really essential. I know we talk about it over and over again, but it's because it's so important. Now our skin on her hand here, we never really did do too much on that, and that also be a little bit of our green there. That separates then from our Kirin just a bit. Well, Doji, depending on what's on that pizza, you could also be turning that pool into a bit of a bubble bath as well. So I guess that's another factor. I cannot confirm nor deny turning a pool or two into a bubble bath, depending on what the culinary choices were earlier in the day. And just like the Palmolive commercial goes, you're soaking in it. Now let's get a little bit more of our lighter greens on. No, I'm gonna back off of this. So see, of course, that was long before there was, say, steam power. There was chocolate-covered raisins propulsion. Now, of course, that could contribute to the aerosolizing of the seas. But again, sometimes nature is what nature does. Again, it's one way. If you don't think you can reach the shore or something like that under your own, well, your arm power, well, then you just use a different type. Now I'm going to go back to that radiant magenta, also with some of our yellow there, the brilliant yellow pale. And I'm going to see if I can't get these flowers up here, especially these ones right on her head. Yeah, okay, there we go. We were surprisingly short on some lighter magentas there. Didn't think I was. Bit more over there. Yeah, swimming, definitely not one of my favorite activities at all. About as favorite as riding a bike, which is why I rode horses more in one day than I rode bikes in my entire life. And sailing was much preferred to swimming. Well, canoeing, sailing, rowing, all the stuff's on the water. Yeah, Doji, it's a... We cover a lot of things on this channel. It's also a life choices channel. So I guess that Doji, that falls into the life choices category of the channel, I guess. Now, of course, wouldn't necessarily be a bad life choice for us. It would just be for the people around us. Could be somewhat more negative for them. Now, we got this brown matter again. Speaking of which, and we're going to get this into the hair. And then I think I'm going to use my radiant yellow. I don't know, I was kind of liking the idea of that darker brown next to, but see, that I think sort of like that. Okay, as much as I like the darker colors there, oh well, as I look out here, it actually starts to match what we did with the hair out here, so I suppose that's a good thing. So Doji, not as the landmine obstacle course is not, well, instead of the Tour de France, that's going to be the Tour de something else right there. That would be the Tour de Merde right there, I suppose. So yeah, that's not the kind of bicycle tour that Doshi's looking to do. I just remember, oh, it's White Pines Ranch or something like that, and basically I mean, if you were to take the entire, I don't know, however many acres that place was, I swear the entire place was completely covered in the leftover horsey stuff. And every year we would play the manure bowl, which meant, yeah, you were going to get somewhat dirty, let's put it that way. And for whatever reason, every time we went to play the manure bowl, instead of the ground being frozen, like it should have been at that time, it was completely thawed out and just wet. You would be surprised at just the abrasiveness, texture of that. It was like slimy sandpaper. I think, well, here we're going to enter the desert because we have Eridican Wife. Thank you so much, Eridican Wife, for that raid. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody please give Eridican Wife a follow. If you can, see how we did that there? Now, A little while ago, we painted one of these Kirin from Lost Kingdom Miniatures. This one was supposed to be a tutorial video, but, well, we're just going to paint it tonight, and we've been doing that for 4 hours, 39 minutes. There you go. This one, for whatever reason, has it's like a parrot on his shoulder, except it's a, well, person. Uh, so, Erid, how you doing? Everybody, please give Eridican Wife a follow as always. So, Erid, nice to see you. Oh, almost 5 hours. And the back was saying, hello. Spoiler alert, you've been in that position way too long. So yeah, we are 4 hours, 40 minutes into this one here. And of course, as always, 4 hours and 40 minutes ago, this was just primer. We've had a chance to utilize all kinds of fun colors on this one. Looking a little bit like Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty, of course. Yes, indeed. Here was my blending brush again. We'll just use you. Push some of that around, like we do. And of course, Erid, if you want to post links to your fabulous stuff, as always, go ahead and do that. Oh, what the heck. I'm gonna say that he's... Oh, he does. Alright. No wonder. Okay, I've only been wondering what for the last 3 hours what's going on with this eye over here. It's just because I never did paint that section there. Alright, well, good to know. Nah, that's too late. That is too late. No problem. We'll just grab Mr. Blending Brush here. Tone that right back down. So you arid between the coloration of these guys and then, of course, all the scales and everything. These are very interesting to say the least. And of course, the tail and the mane and everything. Not quite our usual cavalry. Not quite, a little bit different. You know what, I guess we'll let a little bit of the violet work its way there too. Now we're going to do a little double film noir here, especially now that we got both of these guys going here. So let's get a handle on this. Now, the values are going to be much more similar than when we first started, right? You can see lots of shading on these guys, but boy, they don't look terribly interesting anymore, do they? I mean, yeah, they got their light through dark shading on them now, but boy, you take away that red and the blue and the greens and all that, and the magentas, that gets mighty boring, wouldn't you say? That gets a shade bit boring there. Here, let's bring back our color again. Look at that. I mean, just all of a sudden, out of nowhere, all of this extra contrast, wouldn't you say? And everybody, again, please check out Erid's Pinstagram, as we like to call it there, the Pinterest. Go check that out. Oh, that's got way too much yellow in it there. I want to do something like this here. Let me some of my violet here. And right here, I'm going to put a little bit of this down into here. And again, that's it's going to mix very easily. That would normally be really hard to do, right, with the acrylics. Say, I'm going to paint this violet color right over this orange. Well, we're not painting it over, we're painting with it, right? It's mixing with it. Because I just realized that what I want to do is get some of that violet in here. Not much, just an indication at least. Yeah, Bithron, it's just pretty wild, right? How it all just kind of disappears. And you think, wow, you're going to see all that red and the orange. You'll see the impact of that. Doesn't matter. The film noir won't make that big a difference. And then you realize, wow, it sure did. Now, yeah, this is the other thing that I was kind of missing down here was a little bit of the. But we got some of the magenta down here on the back legs. But never really did get that on the front legs. But here again, we're going to take a little bit of this. Not looking to extinguish all of that orange stuff. We're just looking to augment it a little bit. Oh, thanks, Bitron. So here's another case. See, this is basically the same exact value as what's here. Film noir was, you'd never see that. Because it's the same value, just as light, just as dark. It's just a different color, that's all. And at first that can be a little bit hard to wrap your head around. Well, I know it was for me back in art school. That was not the easiest thing to figure out, that's for sure. I had to switch mediums from watercolors to either acrylics or oils, pastels, just because that whole idea of the cooler color recedes, the warm color comes forward, unless it's a more intense cool color, in which case that your eye is going to see that more than it would see the warm. A dingy warm color, your eye's not really going to see that compared to, say, I don't know, a phthalo green or a cobalt with some kind of really intense cooler color. Is there a Metalovich in the house? There is. Metalovich, how you doing? Great to see you again. I hope that you are well, of course. Happy Sunday morning. Well, it's Sunday morning here. It's 2:09 of a Sunday morning. And we're doing yet another one of these very unusual beasties from Lost Kingdoms. Again, I'm almost sure that the other thing that's part of this faction, I guess if you want to call it that, would be the mushroom folk. They're literally just mushrooms with arms and legs and feet and all that kind of stuff. So glad that you're doing well there, Metalovich. Well, now see here where I don't know if that's going to mess with that teal. I really liked the teal that was there. Oh, so again, the same violet that's over here. You know what? We'll stick with it. Let's just run with it. So Metalovich, yeah, the last night's stream, well, we kind of used some similar colors to this. So there was our Mato Rider. That's a 3D print from Archvillain. And again, this is this Kirin right here. That is from Lost Kingdoms. There you go. I hold the entire company in the palm of my hand. I'm going to let maybe a little bit more of that radiant blue get in here. Yeah, okay, see that starts to put a little more interest here on our rider. That was looking a little bit peaked compared to all of the intensity of the colors on that Kirin. Oh, thank you so much, Metalovich. That one was very fun, and of course, I think maybe you didn't get a chance to see our doggy here. Painted this one up on Thursday. That was very fun, part of our 2D art stream Thursday. He was a blast. Spin this around. Again, truly holding the brushes towards literally the back end of the handle now. That branch is in the way. We'll just spin it around a little bit, and there we go. We can get to it now. Not going to do that on those leaves. These are the feathers right here. I'm trying to get a little bit of a gradation on these things. Now, actually, hey, Metalovich, if you wanted to post in the chat there your bust right there. Yeah, let folks see what you've been doing on it, of course. Let her Violet get up there. Now, Metalovich, are you looking, I don't know, would you say a change of genre, something like that, maybe, would pique the interest? Yeah, well, see, I'm really glad I did that. I wasn't so sure. At first, I thought maybe I need to have that dark out in the end, but I'm sort of liking this where it becomes almost a lighter, very bluish violet, which again brings up some of the horsey there. Not too much light everywhere. We have to think about what's in shadow still too. Like some of those feathers, and I'm just going to count them as feathers. Whereas these we're going to count as leaves, well, and these two. Now, actually here, let me get... That's some Indian yellow. I'm going to throw this up here. Oh, yeah. That might just have to be a thing up here. That Indian yellow just offered a whole bunch of extra little bit of contrast there. So with that, everybody, please check out Metalovich's Discord link there. Now, Metalovich, well, obviously, when it's fresh like that, you got the glossy stuff going. The only, as far as taking pictures, the only way I've been able to even try to combat that is just to have the lights turned down as much as possible, and even then, it's still not always going to do it. Now, certain oil colors, well, they phthalo colors, those tend to be really shiny. Sometimes even when they're dry, not super shiny, but still definitely kind of a satin look to them. Now, of course, this is all very much wet oils right here, but the radiant colors that we've been using, those will chop down a lot on the on that shininess. That's another one of the magic properties of the radiance. Even while you're painting, the stuff just doesn't get quite so shiny. And it's weird. We don't know what's in them that causes that. We just know that it does. Now, I'm gearing up some kind of lighter green here. Once again, holding the brush darn near on the back end of the brush here. Not a problem to get into those small little areas with control, is it? Nope, not at all. So generally, yeah, with the fresh painted oil painting, especially with a lot of red too. Red's another one of the shinies. Probably turn down the lights a little bit lower than I normally would. And then obviously, in Photoshop I can just do a quick brightness thing, just bring up the brightness a bit, and hopefully people can see what's on there since we had to darken it down. This also needs a little bit more of our green in that skin tone, so I'm a little lighter as well. There's also a little bit lighter on the top of the foot there. That was, and this too. Don't want it to be too light, but it's looking really dark there. Letting this mix with all the pre-glaze that we shoved in there. That was the Perlene Black. Actually, Metalovich, if you were to see this at the beginning stage of it, Oh yeah, this was practically almost blue right here. Yeah, the pre-glaze underneath this was actually a whole bunch of the same blue that you see up here. But the key is, of course, well, the lighter opaques, right? The opaque colors are going to cover, and less is more. So the less paint you have on there, the more easy it is to be able to change stuff. Like this we had to change. I didn't realize that was water. It was the same color as all the rest of the rocks, and I went, oof, okay, we better change that. So we made that change to the water over there. And of course, using the filbert brushes, right? So here I don't know if you can see it, but that tail right there, it was literally the same color blue as this. But there was a part down in here that I could barely reach that didn't even have paint on it. So what I did, and here we'll do the same thing here. We're going to take this, we're going to paint that red right over the top, but yet you can see it's still mixing, right? Because we're using a really light touch on the brush. I mean, as light as you could possibly imagine. Here, we'll do it again. Do it again over here. Very light touch on that brush. And you can tell it's mixing with that blue because you got a little blue on the end of the brush there. So we were able to make that change here. Let me grab my paper towel here. I'm just going to try and take some of the paint off the end of this here brush. Not necessarily a lot of liquid. Indian yellow. I'm a red. And let me see if I can go just a slightly lighter orange here. Again, not much paint. Not much pressure on that brush. Look at this. 2 fingers on that brush. And there we go. There's some fairly light orange that's basically covering something that not long ago was a dark blue. We have just changed, and this is all wet paint. It's all completely wet paint. We just changed that from a dark blue to a very intense orange. But you have to have a little bit of that situational awareness, right, to make sure you're just not gripping that brush to death. Where is my... Where did you go? That's not you. I think you're over here, maybe. Just grab this guy. I would like to get a little bit of my Prussian blue on his head right there, on his face. Whoops, that's too much. I could see that. Yeah, Metalovich, the time savings of the oils, well, like what I just did there, right? Knowing that I can actually get a little bit of mixing that happens too, that is just so key. So it keeps it looking very interesting, but also saves you that all-important time. I'm going to grab my Egyptian violet up here. Not going to do that as a pin line wash. I want to change it. I don't want that to look like an eyeball there, so let's get some red. Now go back to my magenta color here. Yeah, that's just, the whole darn thing was all light magenta there. Not much variation in that. So yeah, Matalovich, it was really so many key elements with the oils for being able to not just paint things more quickly, but get that really intense color variety. What's happening here? We'll do that. My really yellow pale, it still has actually some of the green in there. Let me see. Ah, I can. All right. Go a little smidge lighter on some of those leaves up there. Hey, Alaska Hulk Lady, how are you doing? Nice to see you. I hope that you're doing well. So nice to see you there, Alaska Hulk Lady. Boy, this is one of the more unique things that we painted on the stream. That's for sure. And yeah, I can't wait to get all of the foliage and water effects down there like we did on this one. We'll be getting some of the Luke's APS ground cover, some of the woodland scenics, definitely some of that fine turf and such. Trying to get a couple more lights right here on these toes. What about the interior? Let me see if I can do some of that here on her foot. Now again, the only way I could get this thing stuck on here was the glue, green stuff glue trick. So there's basically a dot of green stuff in between her foot and then the same thing there where her hand is. Oh my goodness. I'll just use this thing here because I look down in there. There's no green there. There's no nothing. So Perlene black, very much a dry brush here. Enough said. Enough said right there. So Alaska Hulk Lady. Now, for us here it's 2:23, but I know for a bunch of folks in Alaska it may not even be midnight yet. It could still only be 11:23. Now I don't know if Denali is on the same time frame as the coast. I wouldn't be surprised if they are 1 hour earlier. They might be even farther east or further east than I thought they were. So for Irid, it's after midnight in British Columbia, but for Armored Wolf, I do believe it's still only 11:24. It's still Friday. Now, of course, for our friends in Australia, it's well into Sunday. So all of Alaska is its own time zone. Okay. So then they will be on the same time zone. All right, that's good to know. I mean, and they don't just live near Denali. They're in Denali National Park, I do believe. Oh, you know what we didn't do here? We didn't get the areas in between the fingers. Hey there, Crypt Shadow. Nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Everybody please give Crypt Shadow a follow. Geez, Crypt Shadow, what have you been working on? I'm going to try and get a little more dark up in there. And that's actually my Perlene black. Perlene black now. Ooh, here on the hair. Let's try some more dark right there. This Van Dyke brown. Oof. Okay, there's. It's going to be interesting trying to get this stuff down in here, but we'll do it. We'll do it. So I've said this a couple of times tonight. Let's say you're just not comfortable trying to paint this thing without being able to stick your hand on here or whatever. Well, just do as much, either the whole Kirin here or as much of it as possible. Then you just let the thing dry. When I do those army painting series that I talk about all the time, there's no way that the paint would stay wet throughout the whole thing because we're talking about many hours worth of videos because it's 5 episodes long. That's each series. So I just say, all right, at the end of this particular episode, I want to make sure that if the paint's going to dry, I want it to be my advantage. And that's something that you can do. You can say, all right, you know what, I can't paint the entire thing tonight, but what I'll do is I'll paint to my own advantage, have as much of the Kirin done as possible wherever you want to be able to do the wet into wet stuff. And then maybe let that dry so it's a little bit easier to paint this. And you would obviously still be working on that, but it would be more of the initial construction of it and less of the finished stuff. And you would save that till after maybe the Kirin had dried. So we've mostly been working with the Egyptian violet here. Oh, look at that. I see that we're close to a milestone again. I looked up there and I thought, wow, that hasn't really moved much in the last few weeks. And then I looked at it and said, oh no, it has. Looks like we're about 3 shy of a new milestone. Not really a super important milestone. It's just, well, there'll be a 0. So that's always fun. So Crypt Shadow, what kind of stuff you been doing? Hopefully you've been able to keep blasting away on all the hobby stuff. And of course, if you have any links to something that you might want to share in the chat, that would be stuff that you've been working on. That would be nifty. Here, let me just get my finger balanced up here. And I think we're just gonna go with the eyes maybe being closed there. Ah, just doing the wedding reception thing. Now I'm guessing that wasn't a wedding reception / 40K tournament or something like that. Which of course that would be very interesting if it were. That was wedding / 40K, or wedding / Sigma, or wedding, ideally a wedding and a Lord of the Rings tournament. Oh, look at that! See what I did there? Yeah, that would be super fun. Yeah, that would be pretty wild, wouldn't it, Crypt Shadow? Now, of course, I'm not sure what who gets the wooden spoon? And of course, would it be teams? Would it be couple? Let me get a little bit of my magenta out here. Kego, how you doing? So Kego, I hope that you had a really fun stream. And of course, everybody please give Kagome's Fury a follow. And of course, Kagome's Fury, if you would like to post something in the chat there. Oh, Sunday, that's it. I'm just looking here. I want to see if Joy of Painting... Okay, so Joy of Painting Minis is actually painting a mini. But you know... Oh, gosh. What was... I swear that one tank that I printed out was a 30K design. But of course, well, we have the... we do have this thing all printed out. Well, no, not... There's a couple of more of these little cowlings that I actually have to print out on this thing here. But it's got all the different weapon options. It's got the hull-mounted stuff. It's got the turret-mounted weapon there. All kinds of different heavy flamers, heavy bolter, las cannon. No, las cannon. That's good, Kago. So Crypt Shadow, instead of throwing the bouquet, you just roll in d6s for it. So yeah, there's no throwing the bouquet into a crowd. Everybody's just rolling d6s for it. Okay, I'm glad that that's working. And of course, Kego, again, if you wanted to share a link to your Mandalorian there. Oh, at Kego, actually, Bithron was able to find not one but two printable Darth Vader files there, so you don't have to uh, do too much more of a search there because Bithron was able to find a couple of them. So that was thank you so much, Bithron, again for finding those. Appreciate that. So yeah, I was just wondering, is it groomsmen versus bridesmaids? Is that if you're gonna do a team sort of tournament type thing? Is that how it shapes out? What the heck? I'll just leave that magenta there. It wasn't really what I was looking for necessarily, but we'll just go that way. And again, everybody please give Kagoma's Fury a follow. Where's my... That might be too bluish, maybe? No, not necessarily. Alright, we're going to take that, and now we'll mix that with what's already here. We're just using this as well, essentially a micro brush. And here's again, this is a 17 however, that just is totally falling apart. Unlike our fabulous liner brushes that don't do such things. Yes. Well, I mean, instead of potential physical violence, oh, and the garter, right? That's the other thing. So instead of people knocking each other over and that sort of thing, it would be more genteel, right? You're just simply rolling some dice for it. With modifiers, of course. Now, either that or uh, depending. Now, you could just roll some close combat rolls, I suppose, depending on the placement of the various groomsmen and bridesmaids. So there could be some modifiers. So those further in the back, maybe they've got a -1 to their roll. I don't know. Maybe those in the front row, they've got a +1 to that roll, but their armor save goes down so that when they get attacked from behind, or just generally stomped on from the people behind them trying to grab that thing. Just a little bit of my violet right there. That was looking, well, there was, needless to say, there was a few of these support dots there that we're just trying to work around. See, this had a very different shape on those things. Now I'm going to zoom out again so we can see a little bit more of the, there we go, a little bit more of the hole. This thing is so tall. It was supposed to be one of the things painted with the other cameras, but, well, again, these sort of situations keep popping up, so that's why we have not had a chance to do that yet. I'm just glad that I found at long last, I've been searching for at least 2.5 weeks for my texture rollers. We discovered them, and I made 8 different texture sheets here, so we're talking about a lot of basing videos that are coming up here for sure. Now again, I think I might head on over to Joya Painting Minis here in a bit, because it's over 5 hours again, and it's 2:36 in the morning, and I have, speaking of printing, I got more printing to do. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits, subs, follows, cheers, raids, all that good stuff. I also want to say thanks to those that also helped make that a little bit greener there. Thank you so much, Bithron, for being here.
So say we all.
But first, we want to say hi to Tony. Tony, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please give YGM monologuing. In other words, you got me monologuing. Well, we'll use the last bit of our medicine right here. And thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Thanks, Paint Liquor. So yeah, YGM, or Tony, sorry. We're doing another one of these crazy things from Lost Kingdom. There we go. Now you can see it. So yeah, from Lost Kingdoms miniatures. Except this one has that's a unique writing style right there. Probably not OSHA approved right there, but that's how it goes, right? So yeah, this is from Lost Kingdoms right here. Thank you so much, Inganes. Appreciate that. Uh, this would be a weird combination of a hype train raid. Actually, does the hype train transfer over when there's a raid? But oh, looks wow, gee whiz, we're almost to a hype train there. Thank you so much, Inganis and Arid. I'm gonna say that's gonna do it. It is, yes, it does. Okay, here we go. Look at this, coming right up the tracks there. Look out, hype train, hype train. There it is, hype train. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And yes, we do have one of these that's primed, and we could paint this. Uh, well, we could paint two different versions. We could paint the more, well, standard train version, or that, or something like that. So thank you so much, Monologue. And here, check out last night's stream. This is another one of those fabulous motto writers from Archvillain. Absolutely love that. And then I think, oh, I don't know if you were here when we were doing this on Thursday. Check it out. Check that out. And of course, where's the guy with the stick? Where's the guy with the stick? And of course, Gandalf might make the mistake of, oh, you again? He said, oh, give me the stick. Throw me the stick. If I throw the stick across the bridge, maybe that's a good thing. Looks like Arid wanted to see yet another hype train here, but it's going to be a different type. Same sound. Different train. There it is. There's the hype train. There's that hype train. Uh-oh, look at getting closer, closer, closer. Hype train. Hype train. This thing does work, by the way. See that? Look at. This was, all kidding aside, this was meant for my bolt action terrain tables. For about 20-ish hours, you can get this. You get the coal tender and a couple of cars. There's a freight version and a passenger version, and it's just slightly too small, but it's close enough. It's close enough for bolt action purposes. Now, of course, oh gosh, I could probably have all kinds of 3D printed trains. Oh yes, there you go, 3D printed trains. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, everybody. So there's and of course you get the track. I think there's about 25, well, maybe 20, 25 pieces of track. So it's really fun. And I wanted to have a whole entire train yard, but not have to pay thousands of dollars for model train stuff. That was way cheaper. So prep for Adepticon. Oh, the paint and pad, that's right. So everybody play now. Last year at Adepticon, YGM monologuing did, was it 40 something hours of stream that you did? So we all took turns. Monologuing did not. Monologuing was there for the entire time, had no voice by the end of it. So monologue did all for charity. And hey, monologuing, before we head out here, why don't you share, if you could, the results of that? Yeah, share the final results of that. And of course, again, that was all for charity. And that was a very generous thing. And YGM Monologuing is going to do the same thing at Adepticon there. De Gruen, this must be, well, we've talked about, let's put it this way. As much as I love horses, that's probably not the way I'm going to ride them. I may love horses and, dream about riding horses again. This particular method, this is not what I would choose. That is not what I would. So it was 46 hours of streaming. Thank you so much, Bithron. Did we ever clip a hype train before? I don't think we ever clipped a hype train before. So everybody, again, please check out the Instagram link there from YGM Monologuing. While you're at it, please give YGM Monologuing a follow. So, do you think it might even be longer this time around, YGM? Or Tony, sorry. You think it might be actually a longer stream than last time? Because holy smokes, that was, I swear it started on Thursday afternoon. Or did it start Wednesday? No, I think it started Thursday. That was quite the achievement of endurance. Now, we've got so much of the violet out here. Do I want to actually change that or get some of my orange on this? Oh, what the heck. Let's do it. Well, some red. Maybe not so much orange, but red here. Oh, so there we go. Another again. Check out those links there, and of course, Tony. I hope that all of the projects for I almost said Games Day. Holy smokes! There's where my brain is. All of the Golden Demon projects are doing really well, of course. So this year it's going to be starting Wednesday night. Wednesday night with the monologue in there. That's going to be one heck of a stream. Yeah, okay, I'm glad I threw the red in there. Yeah. I mean, the violet's nifty. But once again, we also have a little bit of these support things going on there. So YGM, we've got that fun going for the latest developments. So on top of the other type of treatments, there also has to be those. Now there's 3 of them, which is we're glad to hear there's only 3. However, it's almost impossible to do the timing where they also don't happen literally the same day as the other type of treatment. So I'm not really not sure how that's going to work. And of course, we don't know how that's going to affect things afterwards. Would it actually improve things, or is it really not really going to matter that much? So that was an unfortunate thing. If you remember the MRI fund, well, that MRI showed something that you would have preferred not to have there. So that was not super fun times. But I guess it's a good thing we saw that when we did, because it makes it easier to get at. Now again, we're yeah, see, it's not like they're red or orange. We just kind of tinted those a little bit away from just the violet color there. Thanks so much, Kago. Appreciate that. Again, that was in some ways we were kind of happy, but there's the holiday. Yeah, so I would say that if there weren't the holiday that's happening, we would be able to probably by 24 hours be able to avoid the other thing. But since obviously I believe the place will probably be closed on Monday, we have to wait. Now, of course, they're just going to assume this is in a certain type of thing instead of, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And unfortunately, the brain has its own method for defending itself against intruders, which means that all the stuff that we've been doing for the last 6 rounds obviously will have 0 impact there. So that means we have to do the other thing. Again, brain-blood barrier is a good thing, but sometimes it can also be a little bit of a problem. So thanks to everybody for all the good vibes. Thanks to everybody that has also, again, contributed to that. Thanks to everybody for all the cheers and bits, because, well, that makes a big difference. since obviously well, it's still been since April. That was my last commission thing that I was able to do. So all of the kind folks here, whether it's the Amazon wish lists or the cheers, the bits, and the subs, and all that kind of stuff, or contributing to the various funds, that has kept us going. So we really appreciate that. Yeah, Thranual, in some ways, the evolutionary part of that is, let's say that you have yourself one heck of a flu or something like that. It keeps the brain functioning, whereas the rest of the body says, "I'm gonna die now." The brain says, "Well, I'll just keep going here." Whereas the rest of the body, kind of ravaged by that flu or cold or whatever, the brain can at least still be functional. So it's clever little evolution. Of course, it's not quite like this thumb here, this evolutionary dead end of the thumb, right? We don't need no stinking thumb. See that? Do you see a thumb here? Do you see a thumb on that brush? Yet we're able to paint some details, again, minus this little dead end right here. Which I'm pretty sure most people, that's not quite how they would view it. That's just us being us. So monologuing, is there anything you were hoping to do at Adepticon when you're not doing the 700 hours of constant charity streaming there? Now, we'll see also too if Joy of Painting Minis is still, well, painting. Because we haven't had a chance to raid Joy of Painting Minis in, man, I think it's been months. It's actually kind of funny because this is my blue tack out here. Even though this has been handled many, many times, there's times where I go to let go of this thing and the blue tack is actually still stuck to my hand. For as much gunk as there is over that blue tack, it still wants to stick to my thumb there. Gonna be taking a couple of classes now. Are they of the, whoops, well, I guess his stream is, all I see is the dreaded my stream is dead thing. So we do have Das Goombas. Actually, you had to go, it just did the same thing. So I tried to take my hand off of here and it was stuck to this thing. So Tony, I wish you all the luck in the world getting everything all set for, again, your those fabulous Golden Demon entries, which will could be a bit of a humorous flavor. Yes, indeed. I hope those are really going good. Let's see. I've taken one with Aaron and one with Vince. One with the V right there. So sorry that I wasn't able to do any classes. Again, just getting there right now is a very unlikely thing. Miracles could happen. We're hoping for that. We're hoping we could actually be there. Right now, that's looking like kind of a nope. But maybe it will change. Again, this latest thing here, that's obviously yet another setback on top of setback. But I'm really glad those are going good there, Tony. Because sometimes, you have the idea and then you're trying to match that vision. And sometimes the vision, it's kind of hard to, that thing you see in your head, then you say, okay, I have to sculpt this. I have to do this too, and somehow making all that happen exactly the way you want. Now, let me see what we, yeah, we actually have some red. Let me just get rid of some of that red there. Okay, good. That's good enough. Yeah, and well, now it's almost 2:51. Speaking of which, we actually have to check up, see how she's doing because she's been waking up at this time of late. So we'll just head over to Das Goombas. We're gonna enjoy our two. We have two Kirin now. There is a third one that is printed up. It's around somewhere. Gotta find that one. And then I think there is a fourth one, and when people, if there is, we'll try and print that one too, and it can join the party here, our Kirin party. So thanks again, everybody, and also we appreciate Armored Wolf doing all the moderation stuff here. Let's get our raid countdown going. So thank you so much, Tony. Thank you so much to everybody. We had multiple hype trains tonight, so we really do appreciate that. It seriously makes a huge difference, really does. So we are going to get our raid going, and thanks again, everybody, and hopefully we'll see you on Monday. See you Monday.